Hi besties, welcome to episode 3 of the Juliaag1111 series. I'll be right with you. Grab your cafecitos and settle in. Our live will be starting in approximately 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you to those of you that are already patiently waiting in the chat. I am waiting for my coffee and we'll start in just a couple of minutes. If you're a bestie waiting in the chat, help me out with a comment in the chat that you can see my starting soon screen and hear me okay. Hello besties, welcome back to our live stream. We're a little bit early on today's schedule. We are multi-streaming in our green space, our purple space, and our red space. I am so excited to launch everywhere today. We have a lot to cover and a lot of time. I'm about 30 minutes early, so we're the first little bit, we're gonna be regrouping. Let me know how my audio is. Let me know how my video is. Yay, we are everywhere right now. And shout out to our official green space launch. You guys, I spent most of today just managing the back end. I'm super excited for tonight's live. If you're on our green space, I have some very fun stickers and alerts set up for today's live. Hopefully you guys can trigger some of them. As always, if you're in our red space, I'm going to drop the link to become a baddie along with the link in all chats to send in the first TTS and start out our alerts. I'm so excited, besties. Also, shout out to those of you in our Discord. All right, Twitch and Kick, I just sent you guys the link if you want to send in the first TTS. Kick has some very fun alerts set up. So I hope that some of you guys set those off tonight. If not, that's okay. We'll wait patiently for those to debut. Okay, really quick. In addition to tonight's live, we are rolling out the whiteboard for today's live. So I'm super excited for that because it's been a little bit since our whiteboard got any airtime, but I do have it in my office and I got our pointer ready and I got my sheriff's hat ready. Okay, so we're gonna be covering I love this because it matches my mic. Okay, ¿cómo están, besties? Hey, I can see and hear you well. Awesome. Also, you'll notice that my socials are at the top of the screen. For those of you that aren't following me on any of these special places and you want to, here they are. Okay. Congrats on this platform. Congratulations to us. Our community is growing, expanding, and we are all over right now. Okay, I gotta take a picture of this because this is so cool. I'm gonna post this on my Instagram. I'm all everywhere. Okay, so look, today's episode, we're going to be covering Juliaag1111's family history. Claudia, thank you so much. Welcome to Twitch. Yes. Thank you so much, Queen Venom. The alerts are working. Okay, so we're gonna be covering Juliaag1111, Julia Garcia Sortolona, aka Juliaag, aka all those things, her family history. I know that last episode we were gonna cover like her history with Yesenia, and I'm still gonna do that, but on another episode. The reason why we're just going to jump into the family history today is because there's a viral video that Alma Rose posted last night that will give us our footing. And I think because the topic is trendy, let's go ahead and get into it, okay? So, Bessie, you're early and I wasn't ready to be here. And I know I'm 30 minutes early, but I was so excited and I got everything squared away. So I was like, you know what, why not? Also, we have a Patreon scheduled at 9:15 tonight. For those of you that are on my Patreon, I will see you there. Lots to cover. Okay. Let me start out by getting the viral video in question so that you guys can see what we are working with. If you're on my Discord, you already got the Heads up. Also, I'll be sharing my Discord link towards the end of the live. I don't want to share it right now if you're not already in there so that we don't have any interruptions and like a lot of questions about Discord, but we will spend some time covering that towards the end. I love this. I love this. Oh, I was going to cover first a quick story time. Okay. Well, yeah. Send Queen Venom. Queen Venom, thank you so much. Okay, where is everybody? Crazy that YouTube is behind the kick. Am I late? No, don't say tiembla, torta tiembla. I don't want a earthquake. Okay. Ahí les va. Let's just jump right into it so you guys can see what we're gonna cover and why I just decided to jump into the family history de una vez. Oh, se me olvidó my receipt screen. Shoot. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Okay. So, Alma Rose posted a very viral video yesterday that I just know Juliaag is not happy about. Okay. And this is going to segue us into the family history. We might need to do some backtracking because I'm going to cover the family tree that we covered on our first series. If you guys were here for the first launch of this series, you may have already seen some of what I'll cover on the whiteboard, pero tenemos que repasar, okay? So, here we go.
Sir Julia Garcia are in prison. One of them is serving 40 years in prison for the murder of a young mother. Yes, the same Julia that is facing legal issues for cyber harassment against Yesenia. This case is absolutely heartbreaking. So on January 6, 2023, 22-year-old Elizabeth Nicole Lopez was driving through South Austin, Texas. Elizabeth was a young mother with 2 little boys, and according to her family, she was working really hard and trying to build a better future for her children. In fact, she was in the process of buying their first home. That night, she wasn't alone. Inside her vehicle were 4 children, a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 14-year-old. And according to investigators, a road rage incident. Guys, Doña Rosa and Chiquis reunited between Elizabeth and another driver. So court documents state that witnesses told police that Elizabeth briefly lost control of her vehicle. She swerved into the suspect's vehicle's lane. But according to the affidavit, what happened next turned a traffic dispute into a murder case. The suspect's vehicle pulled alongside Elizabeth's vehicle. Then shots were fired. 1 bullet struck Elizabeth in the head. Her vehicle left the roadway and crashed into a fence. Those 4 children were inside the vehicle when it all happened. Imagine being a child and witnessing that. It's so heartbreaking. But investigators eventually identified the suspect as 21-year-old Manolo Gonzalez, and he was arrested on January 23rd. Manolo is Julia's brother, and according to police, Gonzalez admitted that he shot Elizabeth's vehicle. He claimed that she had cut him off multiple times and that he feared for his safety. But investigators said something important. According to the affidavit, detectives determined that he had multiple opportunities to leave the situation. Instead, he followed Elizabeth's vehicle for more than a mile. So it doesn't seem like he feared. He was just trying to get even or something. I don't know. But Elizabeth and Manolo didn't know each other. It was simply a road rage incident between 2 people that had never met. And after Elizabeth's death, her family created a GoFundMe.
Thank you so much, Bestie. Sorry, I didn't hear the tip come in. I wasn't a big fan at first, but I admire your drive that you provide receipts. You didn't deserve what they did to you, and you just deserve. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Besties. Let me finish the video.
To help with funeral expenses and to support their children in the future. 2 little boys suddenly lost their mother forever. Now, on December 2024, a Travis County jury found Manolo Gonzalez guilty of murder, and on December 18, 2024, he was sentenced to 40 years in prison. And honestly, when you think about the children left behind and how senseless this was, it's hard not to feel completely heartbroken, especially because they saw her mother get murdered. Now, Elizabeth's family have said that they continue to live in fear because Manolo has connections outside of prison. Now, Julia has nothing to do with this, but it makes you wonder what went on in their house growing up for there to be 2 murders and 1 woman that has been harassing, doxing, stalking women for years. And yes, I said 2 because Manolo is not the only one that committed murder. That's going to be in part 2. But let me know, what do you guys think in the comments? How do you feel about this senseless crime? Let me know your thoughts.
Okay, Alma did a great job covering this story, which is reflected in her views and her likes. This video is going pretty viral. Now, I do want to cover what somebody said on our purple space, that there are comments of the victim's family on several of the posts expressing like that they don't want the topic covered. I have seen, well, personally, I was contacted by the victim's family in 2023 of this case. I did cover this case previously, and the victim's family did give me their okay for me to cover it, as well as ask me to share the GoFundMe, which we did, and we ended up helping raise some money for the funeral expenses. Now, I have recently seen on Alma's post some comments from claiming to be family members asking for the video to be taken down. I've seen other family members or people claiming to be family members saying like rest in peace. She seems to have multiple, the victim's family seems to have multiple family members with different takes on this case. Personally, I have a lot of empathy and I can't imagine how difficult it must be. However, I do also know that certain family members at some point also create or made statements about it publicly, particularly as it tied into Julia personally to myself and through the content that was posted back then. Also, I do feel like this case, these two cases are important to cover in relation to Julia to bring awareness to what's going on. And I personally feel like Alma did a great job of covering this with a lot of respect for the victim's family. But that's my take. I will be doing a in-depth coverage of both cases through public records requests that I submitted today. There are a lot of details around both cases that do directly connect to Julia. So if you're on my member wall, you've seen that I sent in about 8 different grammar requests for both the cases and additional reports that are related to Julia. So yeah, we don't know if they're actually family members. We don't know if there's trolls. I've seen different takes from different people on Alma's content, but I can tell you that I personally was contacted in 2023 by somebody that was claimed to be a family member and was in direct contact with the victim's mother. And they gave me permission to cover this, and they had told me that Julia blocked them. Like, I'm going to cover all of that once we jump into this topic. But I briefly wanted to cover that because I saw the comment in my chat, and I have seen multiple different takes, different comments through Alma's posts. But ultimately, this isn't to focus on, I don't know how to say this, and I'm trying to be very, very sensitive to this topic. But I believe that bringing awareness to these two public cases as they tie into Julia and what's going on current day, to bring awareness to some of the issues of that family and some of the things still going on, it is the right of the public to be able to elaborate on these details that at the end of the day are public records. Come in. Thank you, buddy. Okay. Macchiato has arrived. I do feel like some of those comments could potentially be Julia followers. We know that they're trying to do damage control and saying how this isn't Julia. What does it have to do with Julia? Okay, the reason why I want to cover the family history is because it's going to tie into Julia. And there are some striking similarities in her current behavior and these cases. I've even seen people like asking in the comment section, like, what the fuck? I'm curious to know the family dynamics, because it's one thing to have one brother in prison for murder, but 2, there are some huge red flags, especially in light of what's going on with Julia, especially in light of the recent chat transcripts that I got during her hate campaign, where they literally said they wanted me to stop breathing. Okay, so I do think it's relevant. I do think these cases are relevant. I do think her current relationship to the brothers are relevant. I do think statements she's made about the cases publicly are relevant before she rebranded to her soft life, and we're going to cover some of that today. Okay, so that's the first video. Then Alma made a part 2 on the second case, and we're going to watch that now.
Did you know that the brothers of influencer Juliaag1111 are serving time in prison for murders? Now, Yes, the same Julia Garcia that is facing legal issues for cyber harassment against Yesenia. Now, the last part we talked about her brother Manolo's murder, but this time we're going to talk about her other brother. So, years before Manolo was convicted of murdering Elizabeth Lopez, another Gonzalez brother had already been convicted of murder. His name is Matthew Gonzalez. So, on July 13, 2020, Austin police responded to Julia's mother's apartment. They found 38-year-old James.
Okay, so this case was in 2020. Okay, just a year before Julia got on social media or so, and he was arrested at Julia's mom's apartment. The other brother was arrested at Julia's dad's apartment after she was already on social media. She didn't mention either of the cases publicly, didn't offer condolences to the family's victim, nothing. She just, but I actually didn't know that this case was at the mom's house, the trap house, which is why I've been calling it a trap house.
Anthony Walker, suffering from severe injuries. Walker was transported to the hospital but later passed away from injuries. Now, police arrested 18-year-old Matthew Gonzalez and charged him with murder. So,
can we talk about the fucking genetics in this family? Ew. Ew. And I'm sorry, but the comment section are eating them. The comment section is eating them all up. If you've looked at the comments, and we'll go through them in just a second. Let me not interrupt. Let it finish playing.
investigators said that the case stemmed from a dispute involving a vehicle that had been reported stolen several days earlier. Matthew was later indicted by Travis County grand jury on first-degree murder charge. But this is where everything goes sideways. The record showed that on June 22nd, 2021, Matthew Gonzalez entered a negotiated plea. He pleaded guilty to murder and was sentenced to 10 years. Yes, 10 years. He had just had a child, okay? The person he murdered just had a child. So when people hear that another brother received 40 years for murder, we're left wondering, why did this guy only get 10 years? Like, it makes no sense to me at all whatsoever. We don't have every document explaining why the prosecutors agreed to this, but what we do know is that the court record clearly shows a murder conviction of a 10-year sentence. Now, what makes this story so unusual is that on Julia's Lives, she gives a completely different story and actually blames the murder on a 50-year-old girl. Okay, so hear me out. So according to her, this man went to Julia's mom's apartment looking for the girl because he had paid her for some services that he didn't receive. Now, to me, the fact that she's 15, it seems like she was being trafficked, okay? Matthew took his life after she was refusing to go with the man, and supposedly the man had a weapon. However, there's no evidence to show this. None of that shows up in the news articles in the case. Even then, blaming a 15-year-old girl for the actions of her brother is insane. And today, years later, their sister Julia is making headlines for an entirely different legal battle involving cyber stalking harassment of Yesenia Hernandez for 4 years. So to be clear, yes, Julia wasn't accused of either murder. She had nothing to do with this. But a lot of people are left wondering, how does one family have such a disturbing history? Let me know what you guys think in the comments. How do you feel about Matthew receiving a 10-year plus guilty sentence? I know more information is going to come out from this, but let me know your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like my video, share it, follow me for more true crime story time.
Okay, so that case is also really crazy because how the fuck did Texas only give a 10-year sentence on a charge of murder? We're gonna dig into those files as well eventually. Okay, so really quick, let me know how my audio is. Somebody just commented on the red box that my audio is low, so I'm pretty much like kissing the mic right now. Are we sure Matthew and Julia aren't the same person? No, because the fucking triple jipper lineup is crazy. I'm sorry, but I was dying when I saw the fucking lineup because yeah, there's no denying that shit. Like, look at this. Girl, what did I tell you? They're fucking triplets. It's funny because everybody in the comment section is calling them triplets, and you can't unsee it because this right here, this waste of space looks like this waste of space. And whose genetics were it? Let me not talk shit about his parents, but hello. All right, let me move me a little bit over here since we're gonna have receipts. Annie is almost French kissing the mic. Sounds good. Okay, because I'm giving you pretty much ASMR at this point. Thank you for the book. Okay, should we look at some? Okay, before we get into the seriousness of all this, can we just take a moment to look through the comment section? Because everybody's literally saying the same thing. I just know today was not
And don't forget to like my video, share it.
Day for Juliaag. All right. Oh, I made sure to leave my little crumb in there. Not the damn. They look like triplets with 800 likies. A ver. Let me make my receipt screen a little. Let me resize my receipt screen for you guys. I'm also working on getting a stream deck, which I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's going to make a lot of this more fluidly. Runs in the family, like. Literally triplets, we're going to give that one a like. That's really sad. Also, yes, I'm from Austin. What did the other one do? Part 2, please. And also, I was going back and forth with this one girl in there because she was like, I'm tired of people using other people's crimes and mistakes to attack someone else. I don't care if Julia's the worst person on earth. Judge her for what she's done and not everyone around. Well, that's really interesting considering that during Julia's hate campaign, she did just that to me. If you know, you know. Because I know you're watching, Juliaag, you tubblard. Anyway, the reason why these cases are being brought up is because there is a strike. It's concerning, one, to see the family history, but now that we're seeing all the receipts come out of what Julia's done to multiple women, I mean, she's not far off, you guys. Like, it is not a stretch to say, I personally have the opinion that Julia is capable and is just like her brothers. And we'll go through and narrate why, but we've already covered some of the receipts where in her group chat, they were tagging organized crime in the Facebook posts that they made in the town where I live that were strategically worded in a way to make people believe that I was dangerous, that I was scamming people. And they told them exactly where to find me, what I drove, and they began to tag the cartel. In those group messages, there were also statements made of they couldn't wait for the day that I stopped breathing. Okay, so Julia's behavior is not far off from her brothers, which is why they're being looped in. And you know, I can understand the victims' families being uncomfortable with these cases being brought to light, but I do think that it's relevant to Julia's story, her family history, especially when she has her own history of publicly threatening other creators with firearms. Both of these murders were crimes with gun violence. And if you guys have been a follower of Julia, if you've ever been in her lives, you know that she's made multiple statements of being trigger ready, which I have some of them here for you guys that we'll also go through. Tortona is dangerous. The plato del lard. Huele a manteca. Ooh. Okay, ¿qué les iba a enseñar? Oh, the comment section. No, if you go through the comment section, it is, look, triplets. You can't help but notice the striking similarity in Julia to her brothers. I mean, sorry, not sorry. I'm glad people are finally seeing the truth. You have been targeted by this girl for years. And not just me. There's been other women, you know. Now do you guys understand the need for a protective order? Now do you guys understand why there is an open court case against Julia requesting relief from the courts to grant a protective order because she comes from this lineage? She again, we'll go through, and now don't worry, I'm going to put receipts behind my statements when I tell you that she's just like them and there is a need for concern and this woman should not have a platform. So what do you guys want to do? Right now, we just jumped straight into the brothers' history, but I think we would need to take it back a little bit further, give you some context, and I'm also going to show you some very old live streams of Julia back in the day where she addressed some of these crimes and the statements that she's made since and in present day about her brother's crimes. Me da frío. I think I need to get my jacket on. Don't you have to take a mental evaluation to get a firearm in Texas? I don't know. This gives me Lifetime movies. Oh my gosh. Hello. Hello, YouTube. Sorry, just checking out my viewers. Love this for us. Okay. It's scary. It's scary. What should we start with? Okay, the first thing, should we cover the family history? Really quickly, we're gonna do a quick repase of the whiteboard, okay? I'm going to put on the BRB screen really quick while I get the camera ready and I change the angles over to my whiteboard, okay? I'm just gonna do a quick repase of her family history that we previously covered in the first series that unfortunately was so rudely removed by somebody. Okay. Okay. Okay, class. I'm almost ready. Okay. Here we have the whiteboard. Okay, let me know if my audio is not good. I'm just gonna do a super quick run through of information that we gathered when we initially went through the series. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna start on this side. This is the origin of the killer triplets. I mean the killer twins. Okay, her parents, Eminem. Okay, we got dates of births, and Julia has 1, 2, 3 older, no, not older, 3 brothers. No, yes, no. The killer twins are younger. Anyway, she has 1, 2, 3 brothers and 2 sisters, if my calculations and research is correct. The killer twins were born on August 20th. She's born in 95. These are the sisters. We covered the live with Nikki briefly and the fallout that she had with her. There's not a ton besides the family tree that I want to cover. The rest is for other episodes where we dig into like her history with her marriage and her brother, or not brother, her husband, sorry. Okay, so killer number one is Matthew, which is the one that is serving 10 years. And killer number 2, they are twins. Pa variar, they're fucking twins. Like, crazy. The fact that you have 2 brothers, not only 2 brothers, but they ended up being fucking twins, and they're both in prison serving murder sentences. Matthew, which is the one that shot and killed the young man, is serving a 10-year prison sentence. And Manolo, who shot and killed the single mother, is serving a 40-year prison sentence, which honestly, 40 years is still not fucking enough for that crime. 10 years sure as fuck isn't enough. He'll still be out like before he's even 30. Okay, so the killer twins are in prison. If you ever hear me make the reference of killer twins, this is where it comes from. The oldest brother is the junior, named right after the daddy. And we don't really know much about him, but he is my age. He's 36. Then you have Juliaag, born in 1995. You have one sister named Nina and Nikki, and they're both older than Juliaag. Okay, that's pretty much the context of the family tree, so you guys can understand the siblings. Now, we have a lot of history to cover about her upbringing, her story times that she shared growing up in Section 8. You can tell that this is a family that was raised in a lot of, I don't know what you would call the circumstances, but come on, to have 2 of your fucking children serving life sentence, or not life sentences, prison sentences, like, you gotta know there was something really fucked up going on in their household, okay, besides Section 8 and shit like that. So the rest of the board, we're gonna save for another episode. I really just wanted to cover the family tree so you guys can understand, like, sibling relationships and shit like that, okay? Hold on. Let me reposition my camera. Better. Okay, we're back. Sorry. Badging. So Julia's from 95. Yes, correct. She is from 95. Sorry, I forgot my audio over there. All right. Can I make a really quick request? If any of you would like to send any type of monetary gift this live, can I ask that you send it through Twitch? Sorry, the green space, so that we can trigger some very, very, very funny alerts that I have set up specially for this live. Please, please, please trigger my alerts on the green space. Okay, so first I'm going to show you Julia's live that she hosted talking about the first crime. The first crime is Matthew, which is the one that murdered the... Why can't I hear? Hi, Queen Benham. Thank you. It's not those ones, though. So the ones that I have are the alerts that I have set up. They're for the kicks. 100 kicks, rage kicks, 100 kicks, 500 kicks, 1,000 kicks, 2,000 kicks, and 5,000 kicks and up. So starting from 500 kicks and up are the fun alerts. Okay, really quick. So let me go back to her live. I wanted to show you guys, and of course this was a live stream, private live, in behind her paywall. As we know, she likes to do everything. And we're gonna just go through some of her mentions of these cases, the indifference that she's shown. And now I covered this topic in 2023. I already covered it. So we're going to be watching some of my old videos together so that you guys can see what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is when she was doing lives behind her fucking curtain still. So I believe this was a TikTok. This is a TikTok live. So this was private. Okay. For her cheesemate on TikTok. She did monetize off this live. And the reason why I think this live is important to show is you guys just have to watch it, okay? So here it goes. Oh, it was muted. I'm sorry. So, Belly, thank you so much. She did the pack it up one, but it didn't play long enough. I know I tapped it. I'm sorry. Okay, Belly, did you guys catch it? The cute sticker when Belly sent the pack it up? Did you see Julia packing it up from a jail cell? Please tell me you saw it. I love it. Look it. Do you love them? So Juliaag is in a jumpsuit on my alert song kick. Oh, Belly, I'm so sorry that I didn't. The one that you sent didn't stay long enough. Come on, I know you guys saw that one. I saw nothing. YouTube, I know you saw it. Just the one that Belly sent went too fast. I'm so sorry. I just slowed it down so that it lasts longer. The pack it up one was funny though. The one Belly sent was the best. It went by really fast, but it was of Julia packing it up from a jail cell. And then the really fun one is the... No, I'm not muted. If I'm muted, step out and come back in. Shout out to Belly. They're Juliaag bucks. Oh, I love it. Besides, yeah, we got Juliaag bucks on Kick, okay? So the ones that are set up are the ones from 500 kicks and up, okay? The boom kick, the 50,000 kicks, that one's a really funny one too. Okay, so anyway, thank you so much to those of you supporting. If you, not to like pressure you guys, but if you want to send anything Do it on Kick, okay? Because the alerts are super funny. I spent like an hour today setting them up because I thought they would be really appropriate in this series. So shout out, shout out to Belly for making that one go off. I'm so sad it didn't. I wonder if I can make it replay. Hold on. Okay, while I look, I'm gonna start playing. Back to this real quick. Jody Mama, thank you so much. 500 kicks. Do you love it? They're Juliaag bucks. Juliaag, do you love this for me? What made you go to the green space? I got an email over the weekend and they offered me a partnership. And in the green space, I take home 95% of my earnings versus my other two spaces, I take home 70 to 75. Julia's fucking sick right now. I like it. They're Juliaag bucks. All right, let me play Juliaag's live stream on TikTok referencing the first brother's crime.
A man, a 40-year-old man, 40-something-year-old man, goes to my mom's apartment. Okay, he goes to my mom's apartment and he knocks on the door because he knows that that's where she is, because she tells everybody where, you know, she wasn't only doing this, but she was telling people where they were, like where she was at. So, dumb as hell on her part. And she's still out here, y'all. She tells him where she's at. He's looking for her because he gave her money, but she didn't give the you know what. She didn't give it to him. So she took his money. She really robbed him. And so he goes to my mom's apartment looking for her because he knows that she lives there because she's picked him up there. He's picked her up there before. So he goes. My brother was asleep. He starts, going off on her, telling her, that she has to go with him because he paid her and she did not service him. Okay. And she was 15. He was 45. He was like in his 45. And
okay, so pay attention to the scene that she just set. She's pretty much setting the stage that there was a minor girl that was being trafficked. I love it. The packing up DC, and she's packing it up, and she's packing up her jail cell, ready to go to the big house. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be serious as I tell this story, but look, I'm so glad. Thank you so much for triggering these alerts. They're my favorite. Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, back to the topic. So she's pretty much setting the stage, and you can tell she's already expressing like blame towards the minor in this case. And she's saying that the minor was pretty much being trafficked and that the victim who was murdered went to her house and tried to collect or something like that. Okay. Now, mind you, none of this was was made public.
So he basically tries to take her by force. He grabs her. He starts taking her. My brother wakes up. He doesn't really know what's going on. This guy had a pew-pew, okay? And he starts pew-pewing at my brother, trying to, because she ends up hitting him. She escapes from him, goes back to my brother, okay? And my brother, had a pew-pew as well. So it became a pew-pew battle. And my brother, got a good pew. And, yeah. And that man RIP'd, unfortunately. Yeah. Basically, in my brother's head, he was trying to stop this man from kidnapping his girlfriend, because he didn't know what was going on. Apparently, he didn't know that she was doing that with this man. He didn't know anything. And they tried to say that it was over a stolen car because that girl, this 15-year-old, took this man's car. So she not only robbed him, but she took his car and she went back to my mom's apartment. Yeah. Yeah, so they ended up getting him. It was really crazy, y'all.
I want you guys. Okay, so the victim has passed away. He's not here to defend himself. And she gets on a TikTok live stream and tells a story of how he was pretty much soliciting sex from a minor, that he was pretty much, he's a pedophile. That her brother's girlfriend was 15 years old And she had been selling herself to this 30-year-old man, robbed him, took his car, went back to her mom's house, and then the man came to pick up his car. Mind you, this man has passed away, and she's making allegations that would make him a sex offender, that would make him a pedophile for allegedly having relationship with this 15-year-old. And then she blames the entire thing on the 15-year-old, not on the fact that her brother shot and killed the man, right? So I'm showing you this so you see her stance on this behavior, on what happened. So yeah, the brother was 18 years old at the time of the crime. The minor is 15, so yeah, I mean, they're both teenagers, but he's of age and she's a minor. So I want to show you guys the other side of the story from the victim's family. And I'm also going to show you some Facebook posts belonging to the murderer. So when the other brother was wanted in connection to the murder of the single mom, he was on the run. The victim's family member posted on the Austin Police Department's Facebook post seeking information on his whereabouts, and he said, "His brother took my brother's life and just got 10 years. Google Matthew Gonzalez and James Walker. My brother James had had his firstborn son just a week earlier." And again, that clashes a lot with Julia's version. And mind you, Julia, was Julia there? This makes me question. She knows a lot of the version of events of her brother. So was she there? Or do you have communication with your brother to where you're getting online, justifying his actions, trying to paint him out to be some hero, and then blaming the victim for being murdered by your brother? It does sound like her brother was pimping out that minor. Yeah. That's exactly what it gave to me, is that this minor was being trafficked and there was a dispute over some sort. I don't know, because there's also a stolen vehicle in the middle of all of this. So the murder in question is here. And we saw pictures of the victim on Alma Rose's video today. So, I mean, you can tell they're both from very distinct backgrounds. Him and then the young man that was murdered, you know, just does not look like he's from that vibe. I also want to, victim's family DM2. Oh, that's from the first case. I sent Alma some posts today. It tracks she was pimped out to by their mom. It does seem like there was a lot going on in their household. It's giving trap house. It's giving there was a lot of criminal activity going on there. And there's an additional post. So in the thread on the Facebook post where the victim's family was identifying the other brother related to the brother that took his family member, there was somebody else that commented on that post. Now, this is just alleged because it's just a comment, but it says, "He broke into my home with my kids next door. That's why this piece of crap has that warrant out for him." So it looks like both of their brothers were involved in a lot of criminal activity around that area. And a lot of people came forward when that post was made on Austin PD's Facebook account, searching for the second brother that had gone on the run. Okay, so again, this case is from 2020. This is the math. And now, somehow, unfortunately, Matt has access to social media from prison. And he made a post referencing the crime where he says, "It wasn't over no car. I was stopping a kidnapping from happening. News made a whole different story to make me look bad." For whatever reason, he copped a plea deal and they They gave him 10 years. He will be out soon. And here's another one. As you can see, there seems to be gang affiliation. Both brothers. Again, what kind of shit is going down in the state of Texas that people like this have access to social media from inside the prison? Jay, thank you so much for the...
At JBrew2G sent $1.99 cheese Maybucks.
She wants to be from the suburbs so bad, but this is actually where she comes from. Now, Julia has given us some history on where she grew up and what type of stuff happened in her home. But before I play those, we're just going to wrap up this case. This is a 2020 case. He's serving 10 years. And Alma covered his story on her recent TikTok. If you do the math, he's going to be out in just a few years. He'll be under 30, if not around 30 when he's released from prison. He'll be able to live a full life. And Julia is ready to help him. This is from this year. This is from 2026. Now, I did bring this up recently a few months ago, and I told her YouTube memberships that the people that are supporting Julia's platforms are supporting these two men in prison.
The other brother, the last time I saw him was at my mom's funeral. After that, didn't see him again because he also threatened me before my mom's funeral. He threatened me. So it's like, we don't fuck with each other. No, it's just, I don't want to see them. You know, like, I know they're there, but I don't want to see them there. If that makes sense. If that was true, they would have called CPS on your radio of not having a kid there. Exactly. So, anyways, that's what gets him. Like, don't fucking put that on me. Like, if I was writing my brothers, if I was sending the money, I'd be honest now, I would fucking let y'all know, but I don't. Like, and it might be shitty of me. I feel like if they ever do come out, maybe I could help them out that way. But like, I just don't want to be, I don't want any attachment to it because I'm on social media. And also, like, you know, I have other family members who help them out. And like, no piden mucho tampoco. I don't even know how that.
Clock that. She says she doesn't want to be tied to them because she's on social media. So I know she's throwing up in her closet this morning with Alma's viral video tying her brother's crimes to her platform. She doesn't say she doesn't want to be associated to them because she denounces what they did. In fact, she justifies what they did and she blames the victim for the first case. And she says, I don't want to be tied to it because I'm on social media. What kind of fucked up statement is that? You just don't want it to ruin your soft life brand, is what she meant to tell you. She didn't say, I don't want to be tied to it because I don't agree with what they did, because why wouldn't you at least make some type of statement denouncing the violence, denouncing, you know, sharing some condolences to the victims? But no, she says she doesn't want to be tied to it because she's on social media. Yeah, that is such a crazy statement to make. David, thank you so much.
At JBrew2G has just tipped $19.99 through Super Chat. Tiembla torta tiembla, smiley face emoji, happy Monday Annie, smiling face with hearts emoji.
Thank you so much, Jay. Happy Monday. Tiembla torta tiembla. No, yeah, she's not sorry for their behavior. She's not ashamed. In fact, she justifies the behavior. And then if you also caught it, she says, I don't help them because my other family members help them and they don't ask for a lot. She doesn't say, I don't help them because they should suffer the consequences of their actions. She just says, I don't help them because other people help them. Okay. And she does mention she saw the other brother, one of the brothers she saw at the mother's funeral because she helped him get a furlough. That was around the hate campaign time. I don't have receipts for that. If you were around, you may have seen it, but she helped one of the brothers get a furlough for the funeral. They happened to fall out at the funeral, and now I guess they don't talk. Anyway, let me finish the video.
I don't even know how that shit works. So it's sad, but that's where they are. They have to. I mean, that's literally consequences to what they fucking did. They gotta do what they gotta do. But it's not up to me to fucking, you know, be Captain Save a Hoe. It's not up to me to fucking decide whether, you know, I'm gonna send the money or not. No, I'm not. De no por seguro que no lo hago. So, anyways.
I like the way she reiterated, like, I don't help them. Why was she reiterating that? Because she doesn't want to lose paid members to her YouTube channel that may feel like she is supporting them with her money. I promise you she is. I promise you she is. And she made that video in response to a statement that I made, pretty much saying that, like, if you support this creator, if you support and you put money in her pockets, where do you think that money is going? To those books, baby girl? Because at the end of the day, those are her brothers, and she justifies what they did. She supports them. She's crying over them. And she told you in this video, when they get out, she could help them. Mind you, Matthew is about to get out in just 3-4 years. Okay. And the only reason she doesn't want to be tied to this is because of her brand and her image. Not because she denounces the violence, not because she doesn't agree with it, because this entire episode will show you how she's just like them. There's that one. And then in the second case, which was the one that went viral today, the offense happened in January of 2023. Okay. After Julia had started the hate campaign. Julia was already on social media when the second brother committed the offense against the single mother. It was all over the news, and that brother was actually on the run for some time. And guess where he was arrested? At Julia's daddy's house 20 days later. So let me actually pull up, we're going to read the case on the second one. And this is, both of these I just submitted FOIA requests for. So the road rage incident happened on January 6th, 2023, shortly after 2 p.m. So I'm going to just read it to you. Police said the incident happened on January 6, 2023, shortly after 8:30 p.m. Officers were called to the East Stastny Lane between South Congress and I-35. A young woman was fatally shot in the head while driving on East Stacy Lane. Police believe the shooter's motive was road rage. Gonzalez admitted to police that the victim was a stranger to him, and this was a case of road rage. Now, before his arrest, so mind you, the incident happened on January 6, 2023. You can actually scroll far back enough to Julia's pages and go look at what she was posting around that time. And in fact, we will together. Julia, don't delete the videos, okay? So really quick, back to family history. The police department put out a wanted post for the second brother because he took off. Okay, the Austin Police Department made this post with his mugshot and pretty much asking the public for help in finding him. Why? Because he took off from the incident. Okay. Detectives believe someone shot the victim in an apparent road rage incident. The suspect left the area immediately after the shooting in a light-colored sedan. Anyone with information should contact the Austin Police Department. They were offering a reward of up to $1,000. Her brother was wanted. Okay. He was on the run for up to 3 weeks. 3 weeks. And he was hunted down by the Lone Star Fugitive Task Force. They're in charge of pretty much finding, the most wanted. He wasn't found because his family turned him in. And mind you, Julia was on social media at that time. And she was very, very, very quiet. Okay, very quiet she was while her brother was being sought out for murder and he was hiding out at her daddy's house. Then I'm going to show you the post. Sorry, I gotta go back for this one. Everyone is getting tablets to prevent contraband. Okay, really quick. I am scrolling back a little bit because I forgot to screenshot this, but I wanted to show you the post from when he was finally apprehended. And it gives a little bit of information as to...
And Ariana Guerrero has purchased a membership.
Where is it? Oh, Ariana, thank you so much. Yeah, so go back, and we're going to cover that in a second. But if we go back to 2023, in March, that was actually around the time, right before the receipts came out of what she did to me. But January of 2023 was after the hate campaign. She never talked about shit. She never, nada. In fact, what she ended up doing was blocking. The victim's family did end up finding her. Okay, I'm jumping ahead. But we actually ended up helping with the GoFundMe around that time. Right here's one. Okay, so this is from when he's finally apprehended. On January 23rd, 2023, so approximately 3 weeks after the murder, he was located by the Lone Star Fugitive Task Force in Kyle, Texas, and later booked into the Travis County Jail for first-degree murder. He admitted the victim was a stranger to him, and this case was of road rage, and his bond was set at $1 million. The location of where he was arrested was at Julia's dad's house. In fact, I believe she briefly mentioned it in some lives at some point. I don't have those recordings, but I have submitted a FOIA request for his arrest. This was only 3 years ago, so I do believe there should be body cam footage of this arrest. And hopefully we can, or at least a incident report. I want to see where this arrest happened. I want to know if she was present. And the reason being is because, like I said, it would appear that his family was hiding him out. Julia was a social media star at this point. She was already on TikTok, had about 80,000 followers, and he was on the run for 3 weeks until they caught up to him. His mugshot was plastered all over local Facebook groups. The family didn't turn him in. He was tracked down by the Fugitive Task Force. And I think that speaks volumes for this family, including Julia, because she later talks about how hard it was for her dad. And she did a live at one point. I don't have it in my records, but I just take my word for it. She did a live crying about how hard it was for her dad when they ended up raiding his house. Well, why didn't they just fucking turn him in? I'm sorry, but if my family member committed murder, I'm not hiding him out. I don't care if it's my child. I don't care if it's my sister. Like, morality would force me to turn them in. And maybe I'm speaking out of turn because I haven't experienced it, but it's just something I couldn't condone. What is it? Oh, you're gifting subs. A ver, why don't I see my graphics? Thank you so much for gifting subs, bestie. I don't see the pictures. Oh, my bestie's gifting everybody subs. You get a sub, you get a sub, you get a sub, you get a sub. Thank you, bestie, on the green space. Okay, so I want to go back to around that time. And I want to see what Julia is posting in January of 2023. Now I'm going to have to do some very, very far back scrolling. Welcome to the green square. Hello, goddess. Will there be a chance to be your online dog? What? What an awkward thing. Kik has some weird people. There was somebody earlier that was like, show me your belly button. It's super fucking weird. All right. So really quickly, will I regroup? Well, not regroup, but I'm going to scroll all the way back to 2023. It's going to, before Soft Life, before her Soft Life rebrand. Now, I want to ask you guys, if you're a social media influencer and you have an audience and these are your brothers, and particularly let's focus just on the second one because the first one was already in prison, right? So I don't expect, you're not going to come out and probably share that information willingly. But if one of your brothers is on the run for murder and then eventually gets caught and it's like a huge case, like the case is crazy. The case is like shocking to the core. Would you not at least offer some kind of condolences to the victim? Would you not at least denounce the violent acts? Would you not at least like share the GoFundMe for the family because this was a single mother taken out by your brother? And it was all over that they needed help with funeral expenses. Knowing that you have a platform, knowing that you have the ability to bring in some type of support, would you not at least do that? But you know what she did? She blocked the victim's family. I know that because they reached out to me in 2023. All right, so I'm back to 2022. Back when the dusty curtain days. All right. Yep, we're there. I want to show you what Julia was posting while her family was probably also in shambles. All right, but not more than the victims. So this post is on January 16th, just 10 days after the murder. Let's go all the way to the 6th. Okay. This is the day of the murder. January 6th. This is what she's posting. God, those are terrible angles. The day after. The 8th. The 9th. The 10th. 11th. 14th. 16th. 18th. During all this time, brother's on the run hiding out at dad's house. The 22nd. Just one day before the brother is hunted down. And the day after the brother's arrested at her dad's house, she's posting about her fucking igloo collab. That's actually diabolical. Like, you didn't even take a break to process. Your family's house was just raided by probably hella SWAT, hella cops, which will eventually get the body cam footage. She claims to love her dad. You guys hear her talk a ton about her dad. She cries about her dad, daddy this, daddy that. And both the day before and the day after, well, I guess maybe not the day before, but the day after, you're posting about your fucking igloo collab? Girl, are you okay? It's giving trying to act unbothered. You can tell she's queen of acting unbothered, but you have to know her life is in your family's life has to be in shambles. Like, what's going on behind the scenes? Not a mention, not a mention, not a mention. Everything is about Julia, which, you know what, to a degree, get it. I get it. It's not her crime, but I don't know. It just seems icky. It seems really icky. Okay, so then I'm going to show you the victim's family did reach out to me in 2023. And I'm going to show you what they were saying to me. I'm going to blur out the family member's name, but they claim to be the victim's cousin. And she was specifically asking me about what fake accounts belong to Julia, because she was having a lot of weird accounts that were visiting her family's profile, right? So this was during the time that, or after I had shared that, like, Julia was doing all this crazy shit behind the scenes. So the victim's family found me on TikTok from the TikToks I was making about what was going on between Julia and I, right? The hate campaign, the fucking fake TikToks, they're taking my accounts down. I was approached by the victim's family member who claimed to be her cousin. In addition to that, I asked her if she would like, I'll just read it, right? So I said, she did a lot to have me and my kids heard out here. That's why I say she's just like her brothers. They have no regard for life or children. Also, if you'd like, I can help create some TikToks for your cousin to get more traction to your family's GoFundMe. I didn't initially because I didn't want there to be any blurred lines of interest. As you can see, her followers twist every little thing. But with your permission, I can give her story a louder voice on my platforms. The cousin said, my family and I are literally grateful each day that the baby boys made it out alive. I really hope he's charged for child endangerment as well. And I hope you guys stay safe. I'll definitely ask my family about it first. I know my aunt is really nervous about taking a negative effect on my cousin and the safety of her babies given Julia's brother's connections in the street. Okay, eventually she got back to me and they did give me permission to share the GoFundMe, share the story. And if you guys were around in 2023, our platform ended up donating, or not donating, our platform raised through your guys' donations a few $1,000s for the funeral expenses and for the baby's care. They were raising money not only for the funeral expense, but also because there were 2 babies that were left behind without a mother. During those conversations that I had with her, she did tell me that Julia blocked her. And she was like, I don't even know why. I didn't do anything to her. I haven't said anything. But, oh, no, I do think she commented on my post. She commented on my TikTok, which is how we ended up connecting. And I don't know that I have the... Sorry, I should have organized this before, but I didn't. Don't be mad at me. Real quick. Yes. So the family member did tell me that her and her family members were, I guess we could say, I don't want to use the term serial stalking, but they were getting a lot of random fake accounts that were viewing their profiles. And I did send them a list of fake profiles that I was able to uncover belonged to her at that time. And so the family had concerns for safety because they did mention that her brothers had some type of, connections in the street. You can tell they're gang affiliated. The brothers are gang affiliated. So the family was nervous to, come out and like say anything negative about the murders because they didn't want to be, attacked or for there to be retaliation from the aggressors. And she did say, she was also interested, I remember, because she said that if there were any videos of her speaking about the case, that they could potentially be used for the court case that was coming up, because at the time, the case was still pending, right? It had just happened. So the brother was still in legal proceedings, and the victim's family member did ask me if I had any videos of her talking about it, that it would be really helpful if I could get them to them because they could potentially be used in court. And then, sorry, I'm just going through some 2023 receipts. I hear the alerts, but I don't see them. Oh, there. Duh, I had them turned off. I'm so sorry. Okay. Let me read through some of the comments really quick. Her family isn't close to one another, so she doesn't feel anything really. They seem really desensitized. But she's really close to the dad. She mentions the dad quite a bit. So, mind you, the raid where they found the second killer twin was at the dad's house. And I just think it's a cop-out for her not to address it, but she had no problem addressing the prior case where she blamed the victim for being murdered. But the reason she didn't address this case is because there was no way to justify it, right? The first case she tried to justify with her brother was being a hero with this minor girl and he saved her, but how the fuck are you going to justify the second case that your brother shot and killed a single mother in front of her kids? You can't, which is why she didn't speak on that one. But she had don't ever let her tell you that she didn't speak about it because of the victims or respect for the family. She didn't give a fuck. She's not spoken on it because she doesn't want it to tarnish her online image, her soft life rebrand. And she specifically said it. She doesn't want to be tied to it because she's on social media. It has, again, nothing to do with the victims. It has nothing to do with empathy. It has nothing to do with respect. Simply not even a condolence, not even a... Why? Because at the end of the day, she justifies it. She co-signs it. She's okay with it. And I'm going to show you a clip a very recent clip of hers that will tie all of this together.
Bitch, I ain't gonna lie.
Here goes another one. Two seconds. Oh, sometimes my phone doesn't want to connect. Let me airdrop it then really quick. For the people on Alma's social media post and they're like, yeah, but this isn't Julia. What's it got to do with her? What's it got to do? This is just one of many clips that exist of on social media of Julia threatening gun violence.
That was scary for another fuck. Cause I'm trigger ready, bitch. Low key, high key. You know what I mean? So I think I probably do need a paper trail.
One more time.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm trigger ready, bitch. Low key, high key. You know what I mean? So I think I probably do need a paper trail. But here's the thing, I didn't get the audios of him talking shit about me. So that makes sense.
She said, I'm trigger ready, high key and low key. And she's, referencing some type of online drama she had going on at the time. But it's not the first time. If you ever heard her address Bramty, she also threatened Bramty with kicking her ass and some shit. So she's made several references to being in possession of firearms and toying around with them lightly and being like trigger ready and let me grab the Glock and blah, 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 blah. That seems to be the norm in her household. As you can see, it was the norm for two of her brothers who ended up in prison for murder committed by a firearm. So those threats are not like something that should be just thrown around lightly coming from her with a history of that shit. Okay. Now, what I do think is rather comical is that Julia tried to hide this for quite some time. This is from 2022. No, 2023.
Family business now.
Oh no.
It don't matter. Scam Son got drama.
Nobody's perfect.
Scam family got drama, and that's just public record, bitch. At least our shit ain't public. I mean, it's public, but at least it's not documented, for court purposes.
So I don't know why she had to compare me to everything, but this was during the time that no one had uncovered it yet. Okay. I publicized this. Just like I publicized Candace's fucking real deportation story, I publicized Julia's family history. Why did I do it? Because during her hate campaign, she spent so much time emphasizing that I was a felon, that I was a stalker, that I was a felon, that I had so much drama, that my shit wasn't that she was so much better than me because her shit wasn't public records. She said this on a live stream, knowing full blown well she had two brothers sitting in prison for fucking murder. And that had been televised all over local news stations, but she wasn't counting on people finding out that she was related to them. How did I find out she was related to them? Well, during the hate campaign, there was a Reddit page. She posted her mother's obituary for empathy, so she could tell people that I was talking shit about her dead mom, which I wasn't. And in that obituary, you could see the names of her brothers. Okay, so somebody sent me a tip that her brothers were the ones in these news articles. And I was like, you don't say. When I did the fucking search in 2023, I was dumbfounded that she had been making this type of content talking about how she was so much better than me, how my shit was, I was the worst because I'm a felon and for fucking scamming when she had this type of shit in her closet. And one of the audios that we heard last week in her group chat, she made a statement about, because me and my family, we haven't done anything. Like, she's not going to find anything. I haven't done anything. Jacobo hasn't done anything. My family doesn't have criminal histories. Knowing full blown well she had two brothers sitting in prison for murder. She even lied to her own besties in that little group chat she had going on. Those 15 besties that were helping her at the time, she told them her family didn't have any criminal history. She was not counting with this ever coming to light. Ever. Why? Because she knew that she would probably be embarrassed. And you know what? To a degree, I understand her. That this is something to be ashamed of. It is. It is something to be ashamed of because it's not just one fucking brother. It's two. And they happen to be fucking twins. Twins. The fact that twin brothers of hers are serving prison sentences and the first thing people do is like, what the fuck was going on at your house? What kind of shit were you guys raised on? Will y'all grow up thinking this is okay? You know, it raises questions to the family dynamics. It raises questions to where she comes from. Okay? It's not, now let me show you something. Let me show you something kind of funny. Oh, please connect. Please connect. Let me show you something that makes me laugh a little bit. A former felon to convicted murderers can't compete. All right, hold on. I was going to go here. Now, we know that Julia has worked very, very hard on her social media rebrand into this soft life, right? And she goes to Pilates. She goes to Pilates in Austin, Texas with a bunch of sweet little white girls, okay? Sweet little white girls. They do the thing, they do the Pilates, they do the matcha, they do the pictures, and I want you to look closely, okay? I want you to look closely at the community she's a part of. She's the only Hispanic, number one. Only Hispanic in here. The rest of them are, you know, your stereotypical white girls at Pilates. And that's part of her rebrand, the aesthetic, the soft life, right? Do you think that soft life rebrand fits this upbringing? Okay. Do you think she's at Pilates talking like this, talking about being trigger ready? Now, why am I showing you this is like because behind her paywall, she tells us she's trigger ready, just like her brothers. And then when she's done with the paywall, she goes and tries to blend into this cute little Pilates community of sweet little white ladies. And that's part of that soft life she's trying to sell. Girl, I mean, I'm not saying people can't evolve. I'm not saying people can't come from the trenches and rebuild their lives into something else. But I can tell you that this is not a genuine rebrand, okay? Because when she's behind that paywall, she's a completely different person. And she's just like her brothers behind that paywall. Behind that paywall is where those threats have been issued. Behind that paywall in those group chats is where all that fuckery has gone down against multiple women. Behind that paywall is where she's dangling intimate sex videos over women's heads. Behind that paywall is where she's issuing threats with guns, with fucking guns. Okay, it just doesn't really fit. Doesn't really fit what we're seeing on here. So this is turning into another case of just a facade that you're seeing on social media, and it teaches us really the importance of checking who we're following, because a lot of creators like this and Candace, they're selling you facades, okay? Because you're going from this to soft life, this to soft life. It's not clicking, Steven. It's not clicking. The irony, Candace trying to be Mexican and Julie trying to be white. It's giving that. Torta, why don't you do like, I don't know, sign up for like some salsa classes, some bachata, algo. Something that's culturally in line with where you come from. But no, we're going to target, and mind you, Texas has a large pool of Latinos. Large pool of Latinos, and you ended up with a very non-inclusive community. It's not giving, what's the word? Diversity. It's giving nothing but white girls, and then you got Torta right in the middle. Probably picked the least diverse. It's giving just eliteness. It's giving status. It's giving, I'm looking for that soft life brand, because why aren't you among a community with some type of diversity. I'm not even saying you got to kick it with Latinas, but where's the fucking diversity? No, but white girls at the Pilates studio. Do Latinos in Texas not do Pilates? You know? Do the Pilates know what's in the studio with them? Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Because ghetto ass trigger ready to soft. Exactly. We go from trigger ready to soft life. No soft life includes being trigger ready, torta. None. Like a soft life, in a soft life, you don't got to own a firearm to start with. You just don't. You just don't. Sorry. Try again. It's giving Ku Klux Pilates. It's giving KKK Pilates. Let me shut up. Am I lagging again? Please don't lag. Please don't lag. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. No encaja ahí. See, for difference. Okay. Need more viewers, polls, or clips. Watch YouTube. There's a lot of spam on the green spot. Yes, ma'am. Okay, really quick. If you're enjoying the live stream and you want to engage in the TTS, I'm going to drop a link to my tip line. Thank you so much for being here. Shout out to all of you guys subscribing. What else was I going to cover today? So, family history. So today I submitted several FOIA requests that will include coverage of those two cases. And what I'm particularly looking to focus on is her family and her family's involvement. I'm not looking for like details of the victim or anything like that. I specifically want to see the family dynamics in these crimes. I want to see when they were arrested. I want to see when they were waited at the dad's house. I want to see how the dad reacted. I want to see, was Julia there? I want the police reports. What type of involvement does Julia have in these cases? What type of like respaldo did the family give these two fucking murders? And currently, Julia already told us her family still supports the brothers. Now, I understand family's family. Family's family. You're going to support your family regardless, but stand on business. It's one thing to support your family, low key, but then get on social media and make it seem like something it's not. Like, I had nothing to do with them. But really, you just don't want people to know you're related to them because you're ashamed. So just say that. Just, you know how simple it would be for Julie to have to have given some type of coverage to these crimes. Not extensive, but just to acknowledge them, denounce them, and offer condolences and support to the victim's family. And say, I don't even want to talk about it, whatever. Support goes here. May they rest in peace. She never did that. Still, and the mention that she did make in one of the cases was justification for the murder and blaming the victim and the minor child involved. Anything but her brother. Making her brother out to be some type of fucking hero that's now sitting in prison. Be so for real. Be so for real. So are both out with the possibility? No. So they're still both in there. One of them is only serving a 10-year sentence, and he will be out in just a few years. The other one will be in there for 40 years. He'll be out when he's like 60, which I still think is too early for what he did. I don't think either of them deserve to see the light of day, but I'm not the jury. I'm not the judge. But yeah, the one that only did 10 years, he is, let me tell you when he's coming home. Or not home, but let me tell you when he's going home to Juliaag, because she said she's going to help them when he gets out. He was sentenced, I believe, in 2021. He was sentenced in 2021 to 10 years, so he'll be out in 2031. So, I mean, I guess he still has a few years left. But yeah, he'll be out in 2031. And he'll only be 28, 29. Like, still will have his entire life ahead of him. And yeah, it does sound like he was pimping her out for sure. Now, I'm going to show you some context to their family life that she shared in some of her own story times. This one is recent from this year. Ooh, sorry, jump scare. Sorry, let me resize it, Torta. Let me give you a little bit of grace, if you will.
Shit, you not. Oh my god. I don't know if I've ever told this before. I probably have. I don't know. I ain't taking this to the grave with me, bitch. I don't give a fuck. But the way my mom had me take a picture of her us one time, and then she bent over dead after. She's like, get in here and take a picture of me. I'm gonna send it to my man. She had like a little young man at one point, bitch. Oh my god. And she was in some fucking a lace ass fucking thong, bitch, and she had a push-up bra on, and she bent over. She went to take a picture. I was like, oh my god, bro. And my sisters would have to do it for her too. I was like, bro, I can't. I fucking can't. I'm not lying, bro. I was like, I cannot fucking do this. So I took the picture. I was like, here, and it's like, I had already seen it. My mom was a naked mom. My mom, dead ass, like. She was a naked, crunchy mom. Like, we lived in the fucking rancho, and she straight up would walk around naked. Or she would just have those little moo-moos on. And, like, she didn't give a fuck if people came over. My mom, dead ass, never wore bras until she left my dad. Like, she would wear bras when we went out, but, like, she would have her fucking titties sagging. Like, she didn't give a fuck. I remember we'd have barbecues, bro. I'd be like, Mom, why? Put a fucking bra on, bitch. And she was like, I'm home. This is my home. My uncles are coming over, bitch.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at the high definition jump scare. So in the story time, she is sharing sexual abuse as a child. What I'm hearing her describe is sexual abuse. And so a lot of us, when we've heard about the story of the two brothers and seeing how psycho she is, we question, like, what type of household was she raised in? Well, this gives you some clue. And then I'm going to show you another story time of her that
Fucking make him lunch. I would make lunch for her.
That she shared about growing up on Section 8. And growing up on Section 8 doesn't automatically mean that you're going to grow up and, you know, be this or that. I don't think it says anything bad about anybody, you know, growing up on Section 8, but I think it does give context.
And he makes me fucking laugh because the dumbest shit he be doing. Thank you, Anna. So, about to get my nails done and ask for your set. Yes, so we could be twinning. On YouTube with Jacopo. I want to get his fucking input on a bunch of stuff. Bestie is organic, giving authentic mood. Bestie, the little came by the neighborhood. Best believe I got one. As you should. No, Mexican fucking parents have no filter. Tell us about your mom when you and Jacopo were already married.
Okay,
so
right
when... Oh, that's what I was fucking about when she fucking beat my ass. So, me and Jacopo had just got married. We were still living with her. We were trying to get out of the apartment, right? We were living in a government apartment. Because my mom had separated from my dad. And
now, do you guys remember the audio we just recently listened to where she was like, none of us are an EBT, blah, 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 blah. Let me play it again before we let this finish playing. One of the audios that I recently shared that we had just gotten.
Also, I don't know who has the clip of her. I want, if anyone...
Not this one.
So I count the South Jordan Target store and asked for Debbie. I was like, did you mean to call though?
Also, I don't know who has the clip of her. I want, if anybody could put these on the pages as well, a clip of her talking shit about the people in PV. And
Put Bryce's mom's picture on it and her name, and then I'm gonna call her a conniving bitch. So that's from her group chat as well.
Right here.
They targeted Bryce's mother. Like, that's disgusting. She has nothing to do with any of this. She's not part of my content. She's my children's grandmother. Why are we dragging grandmas into this? Confession time. I used to watch Annie before the whole Julia thing.
It's coming. Hang on.
She was making $1,500-1,700 a cup. She would raffle 2-3 cups a night. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, times 3 type of thing, you know? So it's a lot more than she's saying. We can make a fake GRC page, like business page, and put her actual real name and picture on there, and all the articles on there about how she was a Salt Lake City scammer, and how she talked shit about helping the people in Yalapa, and that all the donations came from Amazon wish list, not from her actual money, and Yeah, if we could do this collectively, that would be great. But alone, I don't see myself being able to do it. It's too much. These are some it's so sad, and it's fucking
Right here, right here.
I haven't done anything. Jacobo hasn't done anything, and my family hasn't done anything. There's no criminal records. Nobody's on fucking EBT. Like, we don't scam people. We don't claim to have a foundation and get raffle money. And so I can.
Okay, so those audios were from 2023 where she specifically said, my family doesn't have criminal records. We're not on EBT and blah, 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 blah. When there, in fact, multiple of her family members have criminal records, not just the brothers. They grew up on Section 8 and EBT. And I don't know why she even needed to make those statements. Like, nobody was shaming her if they were, but it's her way of making herself feel better than somebody else that was. In those audios, I hear her say, like, I'm not on EBT, as if there's something wrong with being on EBT, but like as if she's superior because her family's on EBT, but her family grew up on fucking Section 8. She just told us they grew up on Section 8 government housing. You know they grew up on EBT. She also told her followers and in her private group chat where these women were doing all these things for her and confiding in her, and she was lying to them too when she said, we haven't done anything. Jacobo had a DUI as well. And she said, he doesn't have a, let me play it again. Remember, Jacobo has a DUI. Her two brothers are in prison for murder. Her sisters.
There's no criminal records. Nobody's on anything, and my family hasn't done anything. There's no criminal records. Nobody's on fucking EBT. Like, we don't scam people. We don't claim to have a foundation and get raffle money.
And you heard the first part where she was like, Jacobo doesn't have a criminal record. He has a DUI. That's part of a criminal record. Your brothers are serving murder sentences. So the fact she lies to her own supporters in private should throw up red flags to all of you, because I know you bitches are in here watching because you're bored since she hasn't gone live for weeks. Okay, she lies to you guys over and over and over, even the ones that are privately confiding in her. Then you guys think she's confiding in you when really she's lying to y'all. So anyway, let me let the clip finish playing about her story time growing up on Section 8.
It's basically Section 8. So we were living there. It was me and my 3 younger brothers and my mom, and it was a 3-bedroom apartment, 1 bath. It's Section 8. I'm telling you, we've been in the trenches, and don't ever I'm not embarrassed, bitch. Don't ever be embarrassed from where the fuck you have came from. Don't be embarrassed where the fuck you're living now, because it's not gonna stay like that forever. Okay, échale ganas. Bust your ass to get out from the motherfucking trenches, okay? But you gotta get out. And so we're at Dove Springs. No, it was in East Austin. 2-1. 2-1, bitch. Trenches. I'm talking like you heard pew pews in the motherfucking morning. Like you would hear somebody RIPing and you didn't do nothing. You minded your fucking business, okay? And don't come at me. If you ain't ever been in the hood, bitch, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay? So from foodies to big money, no, literally. And so my mom used to get she got government all through, like there was days where I would just fucking cry. And I told her, I was like, I'm just like, he would be like, what's wrong? And like, he was like, were they picking on you? And I'm like, yes. And like, it was the worst. And it sucked because I really wanted to see my sisters. I wanted to see my brothers and my sisters. And every day, every fucking time they were there, my mom would start picking on me and they would just, all 3 of them tag team me. And I was just like, fuck. So, I would just go to my room. I would lock myself in my room. And then I couldn't even lock myself in my room anymore because my mom would unlock my fucking door. Like, and she would go in there and like purposely mess with me. And so little by little, I was working at Sonic at the time and I was working at Target. So I had 2 jobs. And then Jacobo was working out of town and then he would come back. And not Nikki. Well, yeah, we didn't have the best relationship in the beginning. Me and my sisters did not have a good relationship in the beginning until they started seeing how my mom was, and like we stopped talking to my mom. Is when our relationship started working for me and my sister. We had to cut her off.
Sorry for the lagging.
To work on our relationship. oh, like the funny jokes type of bullying. No, like straight up bullying. Like straight up, like when my mom would call me, like she would fat shame me, or she would call me this or call me that, they would come at me too. Or like if
Okay, so we start to see where the fat shaming trauma comes from. Okay, remember in her hate campaign against me how much she emphasized that I had fat shamed her by liking a comment where somebody called her Mama Bubba, and that's what sent her in a spiral. So this video gives you context to her behavior. It doesn't excuse what she did, but I am somebody that likes to try to understand why people are the way that they are. And this shows you why she's so triggered by being fat shamed on social media. She's been fat shamed by her own mother and siblings since she was a child. And she kind of, the story's actually kind of sad. Putting shit aside and listening to her talk about her childhood, she's somebody that experienced sexual abuse. She's somebody that experienced, mental abuse. She grew up in the hood. There was financial strains. She came from a family of multiple children, and her mom didn't seem to be able to give her a stable household. I'm not justifying anything that was done, but when we're talking about like what was going on in their household for her two brothers to end up in prison, why would she be like this? Well, now you have a little bit of context, right? She grew up in a household with a lot of issues.
I had a different opinion about what they were talking about, they would come at me. Like, it was bad. It was bad. And there was one time where I just wanted to we were about to switch. Like, they were about, low-key, all three of them would have jumped me, straight up. Because it would get bad like that. So that would happen, right? And so I was working 2 jobs. I would work at Sonic. So I would work from 4 in the morning to like maybe 10 at Target, and then I would work from like 12 for like a year with my mom. And for Black Friday, we went and bought a microwave, we bought a blender, we bought like a bunch of stuff. We were ready to get out. And so like Jacobo hated it. He hated my sisters going over. Like he would get so, and he told my mom too. He was like, I don't like when they come over. And then she's like, well, this isn't your apartment, it's y'all are living with me. And as soon as she talked to him like that, he was like, I don't know, we're getting the fuck out of here. I'm not gonna have them come in every motherfucking day to bully you. And so, and she's like, that's just how it was. Even my dad, I'm not even kidding, even my dad would fucking bully me. Like, even my dad would like just stop by the apartment to just talk shit to me, straight up. I'm not even kidding. And
okay, so the context that we've gathered is she went from being bullied her entire life by all her family members to being the bully on social media. Now you'll understand why she gets such a satisfaction behind her paywall of bullying, not just bullying, but she crosses the line from bullying to harassing. She crosses the line from bullying to actively doing a lot of things that make you kind of be like, yo, what the fuck, So now you get it. It's internal projection that her entire life has been spent or was spent when she was a child being bullied by her family members for whatever reasons. And she went from that to creating a platform that allowed her to switch positions. And not only was she able to switch positions, but people applaud her for it. People give her validation for it. People join her. People put her on a pedestal as she's employing the same level of hurt that was employed onto her as a child. I mean, now we're talking some type of psychological shit. It's a little bit of a psychological breakdown if you pay attention, because, and again, it's not to excuse her. I still think she's a fat piece of shit for this, because all of us have childhood trauma, all of us. Not you can either choose to use it as a fucking excuse for being a vile piece of shit, or you can use it as your reason for wanting to be a better person than what you experienced as a child. Okay, so it's not a fucking excuse. But when the videos, a lot of the comment section that I've seen in the videos today that went viral on the brother's case, a lot of people were asking like, what was going on in that household? I mean, nothing that you haven't seen in many other households, but not everybody ends up in prison for murder. Not everybody ends up with these psychotic behaviors, hyperfixating and targeting people and wishing physical harm onto others. So I still don't really have a answer or like a good, something that would be like, oh, Okay, that makes all the sense. No, I mean, it allows me to kind of put some pieces together. But again, I still think you're a fat piece of shit for that. I, there's a lot of people that have experienced the same things and they haven't resorted to the vile behavior that she has. I was trying to find a picture that I came across earlier this morning as I was looking for receipts for Alma to give you a visual of what goes on behind that paywall. Okay, we've seen it a little bit, but bear with me as I look for it because it's a picture that's worth 1,000 words. If you'll just give me a moment. This really ties everything together in her family. Yes, it does. Okay, 2 seconds. So let me know what you guys think as we're covering the family history. It starts to, again, make some logical sense. But again, it's not something that I think, it doesn't excuse it at all. It doesn't excuse what was done. It doesn't excuse, that she's decided to be this shitty person. But it gives you some context to the erratic behavior. It helps you understand, one, why she was so triggered. Because I for many years was like, why would she do all that shit just out of me liking a fucking comment? Okay, but now you understand that fat shaming is so triggering for her, which is crazy to see her in present day rage baiting off of being a fat bitch, in her words. Rage baiting off of fat shaming herself. And now she monetized off of it, and now she's cool with it, and that's how she's gone viral multiple times, capitalizing off being, in her words, a fat bitch. But in 2023, she completely fucking spiraled from me liking a comment that she interpreted as fat shaming. The picture that I was trying to look for is the one of her fat shaming recaps behind her paywall. Some of you may have seen this image in the 2023 files. I scrolled past it today and I was like, oh, this is actually a really good one. It just gives like a visual to what she does. And like the look on her face is so evil in this shot. Hold on. She's since, of course, scrubbed her channel of this content. She scrubbed anything that doesn't fit into the Soft Life rebrand that she's worked so hard for. Hold on, but we are about to shit on it with some of these older receipts. Yeah, you can't be Soft Life on the internet and then psycho obsessed all over on social media. Or sorry, vice versa, right? Can't be Soft Life on the internet and then crazy obsessed. Like I said, social media or soft life does not equal you owning a gun, like having to be trigger ready. I'm sorry, but it doesn't. Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. I hate when I do this to you guys on live. But some of these ideas, some of these points don't come up until I'm like live talking about it. I'm like, oh, let me go back to this one receipt. All right, let me... Commercial break. Oh, I'm getting close right here. Right here. Okay, here goes. You guys know who Recaps is, right? We covered her in the previous 2 episodes. But in Julia's membership wall, I called her out for this back in 2023. This is Julia fat shaming. And I say fat shaming because she was. I don't need to play the clip, but this is her. And I want you guys to look at the visual, okay? The way she's like snickering and doing the, oh my God, look, here you go, right? This woman on her phone was her supporter. She pretty much worked for free for her for many months, helped her with the hate campaign, helped her with storing receipts and recording hours worth of content for free, helped her with directing traffic to her YouTube channel, to her platforms. And then when they fell out, she resorted to her membership behind the paywall and did just the same thing that she was claiming was being done to her. No worries, Anna. Keeps things feeling fresh. Thank you. Like she's any better torta horrible. No, this is the same behavior that sent her into a spiral. And she, in present day, she still mentions being fat shamed. Yeah, I was being fat shamed. Yeah, because she fat shamed me. Yeah, because fat shaming. Think about how many women she's fat shamed and body shamed herself, including people that once supported her as well. Yep. All right, let me see what else I had in my files for her family history. The GoFundMe donations. We already covered that, the GoFundMe donations. Oh, her parents' divorce. Her parents didn't divorce until 2016. All right, so here's some public records. I need to add this to the whiteboard, but her parents divorced in 2016. When was the murder? Okay, so shortly before the murders. All right, this screenshot I'm going to show you here, just in the upper right hand corner. This is when the parents' divorce was finalized. February 8th of 2016. I should write that on my whiteboard really quick. Divorced February of 2016. Don't forget to like the live thing. All the mom shaming too, and the audacity of it coming from a childless. Oh my gosh, my biggest problem with her has been the amount of mommy shaming from somebody that's not even a fucking mother and probably never will be. Like all the murder too, all the comments she's made about Wendy and shit not being with her kid enough and this and that. Like, hello? Oh, and then there's just some news articles. Oh, you know what? I want to show you guys the news coverage to the second crime. I know we're kind of bouncing around from topic, but I think this is good stuff. So this is the news article, the coverage that was done in early 2023. During the time that Julia was posting her igloo collab and all that shit, this is what was going on locally in her hometown and in her family.
Members of the Lone Star Fugitive Task Force have arrested a 21-year-old man in connection to a road rage killing in South Austin back on January 6th. Austin police say Manolo Gonzalez was located in Kyle. He was arrested at a hospital while being treated for an unrelated car crash. Gonzalez also had 2 other active warrants for his arrest. Now, he is charged with first-degree murder for the fatal shooting of 22-year-old Elizabeth Lopez. Gonzalez admitted to police Lopez was a stranger to him and that he had gotten mad after her car drifted into his lane. According to court paperwork, Gonzalez told investigators he fired several shots at her vehicle. Lopez died from a gunshot wound to the head. Her children and a friend were also in the car with her. They were not injured.
So if you notice, the news reporter says that he was arrested in Kyle, Texas. And I'm pretty certain he was arrested at her dad's house. So I'm wondering if there's a way to, this is where some of the live research is going to come into play. So I did submit a grammar request for the body cam footage of that arrest. And also the police report, hoping that will give us additional context. But in the meantime, I wonder if I could pull up the case in Travis County. What I want to see is the address where he's arrested. All right, hang tight. We are now going into live research time. And this is going to be on the second case. And the reason why I have particular interest into the second case is because it was the most recent one in 2023 after Julia already had socials and she was actively creating, actively blocking the victim's family, avoiding any topics relating to the case. And I want to see what the back end was like. I want to see what Julia's involvement is. I want to see how her family supported the brother. And if we can possibly dig anything up to show she's still currently supporting him. And why is that relevant? I just think it's important that people see the justification on her end and for people to know what they're supporting. Just like in the Candace case, you know, people should know that they're supporting an abuser over there. He was arrested at a hospital. I don't think that's the case. Why would he be at a hospital on the 23rd? I recall hearing, and maybe I'm recalling incorrectly, but Julia did a live stream where she talked about him being arrested at Dad's house and how it was so hard because the dad was there and they raided the house and some shit like that. Do you think mommy hates because she can't? I think she has a lot of mommy issues for sure that she projects onto other mothers. If I remember, I believe recaps have mentioned something about the brother's arrest. Recaps, are you in here? All right, I'm going to see what I can pull up on the Travis County site. Should I not backtrack and listen at 2 point to catch up or listen later tonight? Whichever one you would like, bestie. Jennifer, you ain't lying. All right, catching up on my comment section. Like, she's any better. Dorta's horrible. I agree. My shit's being super slow. I also submitted a grammar request for the police report that Julia claimed to have filed when she was being stalked in March of 2023. So if you remember, one of the posts that I showed in, I believe, episode 1 or 2 during the hate campaign is she posted that she was being stalked by me and social media and that she had reported it to authorities. So I'm wondering, I requested the records from Travis County. If she made a phone call to the police over what was going on social media, I'm going to get a copy of that report. Sheriff, where's your hat? Actually, this is you're right. This is actually a great time to put on the sheriff hat. Absolutely. Yes, she was live, ended it, and started a new one pretending like nothing happened. Wait, tell us about it. She was live when he got arrested. I'm assuming she was at her apartment, and she got a text? That's crazy. Do you have any receipts from that time in 2023? Any live streams during that time? That would be interesting to dissect. A lot of people from Austin have moved to Kyle Buddha because Austin has gotten so expensive. So the police report states he was arrested in Kyle. And if I remember correctly, somebody had mentioned Dad lives in Kyle. And I recall hearing a live stream of hers back in the day where she was crying about it. And she mentioned that he was arrested at the dad's house and that there was like this big raid. Correct me if I'm wrong, but point me to a receipt. If he wasn't arrested, she got a call. Oh. So probably from the family, right? I might have it somewhere. Look for it for us. That would be a gold nugget for sure. January 23rd. What was I doing? Let me look. What was going on in the hate campaign on January 23rd of 2023? Because she was still kind of active around that time. Thank you, bestie. Albums. January. Thank you for the jewels, bestie. January of 2023. January. Oh, yeah. Travis County website's not working for me. January 7th. How ironic. January 27th is the week Yesenia reached out to me. January 28th, 29th. I'm just trying to see if I have anything of her posting on that. Yeah, no, nothing. I also think around that time is kind of when she had started to lay off. January 21st. Oh no, she was heavily still active on Reddit during that time. I do feel like eventually Julia tried to take like a backseat role and try to make it seem like she wasn't doing stuff anymore, but she was heavily working just through the Reddit page. Yeah, no, I don't have anything from her directly, but I can tell you that that was a peak time for the Reddit page. In fact, that's crazy. This is around the time they posted my daughter to that Reddit page. Mid-January 2023. Gosh, so many receipts. Torta, I don't know how you like kept up with all this shit. Especially when you had all that going on like at home. That is crazy work. Okay, I just want an interview of the victim's cousin. Link it for us. Just made it public on this channel. Okay. Go to channel activity. Can you send me the link? I don't think it lets me click out to go to channel. Oh wait, it does. Damn, you're fast. You are so fast, recaps. Julia finds out her brother was arrested. This is crazy. Okay, I've never seen this before. Hopefully there's some good nuggies in here. Hopefully there's some good nuggies in here, Juliaag. Okay. 4 minutes long.
I don't know, besties. Let's talk about this real quick because I saw this TikTok.
It is just me or she looks like she's crying. Or what's crying?
Shit, hold on. Hold on, besties. Hold on, I'll be right back. Oop. Sorry, I lost all the freaking... You're back. Hello. Sorry, my dad was calling me, and I felt it in my chest. I had to answer him, and I'm glad I did because he had to tell me something about some family members in Mexico, and like I knew something was wrong, so I had to answer him.
Family members in Mexico. You Juliaag. It reminds. Damn, she's such a liar.
I'm okay. He's okay. That's what matters. But it's just some family issues back in Mexico. It's my family. And I just know it. As soon as I saw my phone ringing, I felt it in my chest. Like, I gotta answer this.
She knew it because she knew her brother was hiding at his house. She knew it because she knew he was wanted. The Austin Police Department had been circulating his mugshot, so she knew.
So it's really sad. But
No, you actually should. Normal people would have been celebrating, Julia. Okay, it actually wasn't sad. It was actually great that they arrested him. It was actually great. What was really sad is what he did to that poor woman.
we'll see what happens. And it's my side. It's like mine and my dad's family. So I'm not gonna talk about it or anything because that is something that's like, he doesn't want it out there. But yeah, 2023 is a fucking shit show. Love it here. And now I'm sad. I don't know if you guys ever felt like I literally felt it. Oh, I don't even want to cry, but it is what it is. I felt it in my chest. Like, fuck, I gotta answer him because something's not right. But we'll be alright. Son cosas que pasan, But I had to come back. I said I was gonna come back, so I'm back. I just talked to him and like just calm him down about. So then it went on, so like it got back to him. So. If you don't want to do it, I was okay. No, it's fine. It's just some cosas que pasan, you know what I mean? But I'm just like, fuck, when is enough? I feel like my family goes through so much, and I'm just like.
Your family? This is crazy. Your family has been through so much. What about the victim's family? This is actually kind of sick to watch. Knowing what's actually now you know what was actually happening. January 23rd is the day that they arrested her brother, and I'm 99% sure he was arrested at her dad's house. That's where he was staying. Somebody said he was arrested at the hospital, but gave me a receipt somewhere because eventually, I swear to God, she told a story time one time where she was crying because he was arrested at the dad's house, which would make sense why the dad's calling.
I did low-key was hoping it was nothing bad. Yeah, no, I felt it. I literally felt it. Like, I don't know if you guys ever get that. I, like the day that my mom passed, like, she was, like, when everything that happened. But it's fine. We're gonna be okay. Todo, I feel like las cosas pasan por alguna razón. Solamente Dios sabe por qué hacen las cosas. So, we shall see. Yeah, intuition. Ándale, un presentimiento. All right.
Bitch, it wasn't intuition. It was a guilty conscience because you guys knew you were hiding him out. You guys knew he was wanted. You guys knew what had happened. That's not called intuition. That's just fucking knowing you're guilty of something. That's called a guilty conscience is knocking at your door.
Another confession. And because I was like, my bad, besties, how do I do it to where y'all can send a little bit more confessions? I'm gonna put it on my stories. Or if you want to send me a confession, do it on Instagram DM or TikTok DM because okay. Because I accidentally deleted it because I was like, I know I was gonna come back because I had to get in the right headspace. I didn't know I gotta go back, but I deleted the freaking thing because I was like all over the place right now talking to my dad. So if you got a confession, you gotta DM it now, bestie. Went to Lunar Festival and I got one of those predictions saying this year is not your year. Oh, that's the worst. I'm tired. That's a lemon Gatorade and slushy form.
Okay. I want to do an online search, see what I can find on that arrest. Gonzalez, Austin, Texas, January 23rd, 2023, arrest. Travis County Attorney secures. All right, let's read. This is from the Travis County District Attorney's Office, the one that I've been in contact with for the last couple of weeks, which they just know your family. All right, on Thursday, December 12, 2024, Travis County jury convicted Gonzalez, 23, of murder. Jury selection started on December 9th and testimony began the following day. Okay, all right. So on January 24th, 2023, the Austin PD charged Mr. Gonzalez with murder in the death of the victim. He was in custody for a separate case. That means they arrested him on January 23rd for a different warrant. We're going to look up what that is. Huh. All right. I need his criminal history. I want to read. Damn, the case was even on Univision. Thank you, Bestie.
An iced coffee $2.47 cent $5 cheese Maybucks. Julia's besties are getting scammed since 2023. Why even pay for her membership? She never spills any real tea, only lies.
Honestly, yeah, clock that shit because, I mean, of course they're not going to come forward and tell us because they're probably too embarrassed and they're still defending her. But how the fuck are you selling these memberships and doing nothing but fucking lying behind that paywall? I agree. The whole thing seems, I mean, I don't know. All right, let me see. On January 23rd, Gonzalez was found by the Lone Star Fugitive Task Force in Kyle. All right, let me Google Lone Star Fugitive Task Force. I'm trying to see if I can get any more detailed information on. So the U.S. Marshals actually, okay. Oh, there you go. The Lone Star Fugitive Task Force is actually the U.S. Marshal. So you know it was a serious case when you got the Marshals looking for him. If the Marshals are pulling up to your house, yeah, you got a problem. Houston, you have a problem. Okay, I want to see. Submitting a tip. He was one of the most wanted. The Fugitive Task Force literally hunts down the most wanted. Here's 15 most wanted fugitives. So my FOIA request is going to need to go to them, not the Austin Police Department. But because it's the U.S. Marshals, I don't know. I've never gotten anything from the U.S. Marshals before. U.S. Marshals is the feds. So will we have luck getting something from the feds? Forms, publications, Federal Enforcement Officer, administrative positions, Deputy U.S. Marshals, Victim Witness Assistance, Leadership. All right, let me see where I can fill out a FOIA. We're going to fill out a FOIA for him. How to make a FOIA request. Here we go. All right, we're submitting a FOIA request to the U.S. government. I want the arrest records. I want body cam footage. I want to know where they found him. I want to know whatever is available for public records on this case. Your request. All right. Manolo Gonzalez, date of birth 8/20/2001. January 6, 2023, and was arrested by the All right. U.S. Marshal steps in when they're hiding if they're dangerous. I request copies of all records in possession of the U.S. Marshal Service relating to the arrest of Juana Gonzalez in connection with the homicide that occurred on or about January 6, 2023. Hereby request all arrest reports, incident reports, investigative reports, and booking records related to the arrest. Any warrant, warrant application, warrant return, or supporting documentation processed by the U.S. Marshal Service concerning the arrest. All body-worn camera footage, dash cam, surveillance footage, photographs, audio recordings, and video recordings depicting or relating to the arrest. Use of force reports, arrest operation plans, after action reports, and related records generated in connection with the arrest. Communications including emails, memoranda, and reports between the U.S. Marshal Service and any federal, state, or local law enforcement agency concerning the arrest. Records identifying the date, time, and location of the arrest and the law enforcement personnel involved. That's all I want. Not asking. Fees. What type of requester are you? No fee waiver. The amount of money you're willing to pay in fees, if any. Any and all fees associated. Name your price, U.S. Marshals. Request expedited. Agencies generally process requests on a first in, first out basis. No, we don't need expedited. We don't need to be expedited. We can be patient. Bombs away. Oh, wait. All right, I have to put in a dollar amount. I'm going to put in $1,000. All right, success. Your request has been created and is being sent to the United States Marshal Service. You'll hear back from the agency concerning receipt in the coming weeks using the contact information you provided. If you have any questions about your request, feel free to reach out below. All right. We just figured out Blue's Clues. We just got a clue. Okay, so we just reached out to U.S. Marshal Services through FOIA request, requesting any information on the arrest on January 6, 2023. Because it was recent, I'm pretty sure they got to have something. It's only 3 years ago. All right, so we just filed together our first official FOIA request. I filed one earlier on my own. Well, many. I filed to the Austin Police Department for police reports on Julia, Jacob, and both the brothers for various incidents. I requested dash cam footage for Jacob's arrest and his DUI. I also want to dig into the DUI. I want to know who was with him when he got pulled over. I want to know if she's in the car with him. I also requested police reports during 2023. Any police reports involving her. So any calls she made to 911 in the year of 2023. And yeah, so those will all take a few weeks. It's not going to be fast. Similar, now that I think about the Candace series, I realize we actually got her reports pretty quickly. We did. I have no idea how long it'll take Austin. I didn't expedite any of the requests. It's going to be minimum 10 days, but it can sometimes take up to a few weeks. So the series will go as long as it's going to be a few weeks, okay? We won't be able to conclude the series until we get back some of those reports. One of my favorite parts of these series is requesting records, reading through the records, all of it. When the keyboard starts to click, tiembla torta. Actually, yes. You hear that? Run, bitch, run. Hurry up and send in your fucking objection like Candelaria. Hurry up and get it in. Recaps. Do you have anything else for us during that time? Anything where she's referenced that arrest? I swear to God, she did a live stream one time where she talked about the arrest at her dad's house, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go see what I can find, but I swear there was something there. Not just the cookie, but the whole receipt. Tortona just posted that she had the most amazing weekend at the river. No, she didn't. She did. Well, she didn't have the most amazing Monday, that's for sure. Go back to the news. He was at the hospital. Maria Hernandez. Go back to the news article. All the news articles I've read say he was arrested in Kyle. But let me go search for the warrant. They said he was arrested on a previous warrant. And they didn't charge him with this murder till a day after he was apprehended. So let me go look into Travis County records and see if I can find. I mean, I don't know if the warrant was for Travis County though. Maria, do you have a link or do you have an article you can send us? If you do, would you mind, if it's not too much to ask, emailing it to me, and then we can read through it together? And if that's the case, I'm still really certain that she gave that story time. And maybe it wasn't true, but I remember, like, I didn't pull this out of my ass. I specifically remember her mentioning that the dad had, like, she felt super sad for the dad because the dad was there when he got arrested or some shit at his house. I sent you on Instagram the cousin of the victim. I don't have any interest in showing the victim's family members or any information about the victim at all. I shared a little bit that I had with still concealing their identity. I think it's irrelevant to show the victim's cousin. Yes, I remember that also. The video you showed earlier said he was arrested at the hospital for an unrelated auto accident, maybe on the run. The news report, the one I showed, let me go back to it. So the report that I just read did say he was arrested on a warrant for something else, and then he was charged the very next day with a murder. All right, let me go back. Maybe I missed something. But again, I swear she mentioned something about... Yes, okay. Let me go look. I sent it to you on the email. Okay, thank you. Let me look. Oh, okay. Man arrested for 32-year. Okay. It says a man has been charged with first-degree murder in the death of 22-year-old victim. The Austin Police Department received a call around 8:40 p.m. on Friday, January 6th. Oh no, that's the incident. Okay. I want to read about the arrest. Read more. Police located on January 11th. Police identified the victim. Sorry to go. According to the affidavit, the police interviewed two of the minors who were inside the car at the time. Both minors reported that Lopez, according to the affidavit. Oh, okay. This talks about the arrest. It says, according to the affidavit, information from one of Lopez's family members, which Lopez is the victim, an officer who responded to the scene of an incident in Crime Stopper tips led police to suspect 21-year-old Manolo Gonzalez in connection with Lopez's death. Police learned that Gonzalez had two active warrants for his arrest, one for second-degree felony burglary of a habitation in Bastrop County, and one for misdemeanor bond forfeiture in Travis County. On January 23rd, Gonzalez was located by the Lone Star Fugitive Task Force at Kyle Hospital, where he was being treated for an unrelated collision. He was placed under arrest for his warrants and transported to the APD homicide office for questioning. During questioning, Gonzalez admitted to shooting the victim during a road rage incident, the affidavit states. He said that the victim's vehicle cut him off several times and wouldn't let him pass. He also said that due to the dark tint, he couldn't see inside the vehicle and he feared for his life. Police used Google Maps to determine that Gonzalez had multiple opportunities to turn away from the vehicle in front of him, but he continued to follow it for more than a mile. Upon reaching the 700 block of East Stastny Lane, Gonzalez admitted to firing at the victim's vehicle multiple times, resulting in her death. During the interview, Gonzalez also provided additional details that were corroborated by evidence found at the scene. He was booked into Travis County Jail on charge of first-degree murder, and his bond was set at $1 million. Okay, so you're right. The arresting affidavit says he was arrested at a hospital, so it sounds like he got into some type of car accident. They took him to the hospital, and then there was a tip received from the victim's family members through Crime Stoppers. Someone find me that clip. I know it exists. The clip where she says, and this makes it even crazier then, because if she told us a story time that the brother was arrested after they raided the dad's house, and that didn't happen clearly because the arrest affidavit says that he was located at the hospital. But I know I heard her tell us, like, I'm 99% sure. The more I think about it, the more I remember, and I'm like hyper fixating on it, because it would appear that she was just trying to like make it about her family and like victimizing herself and her dad and how hard it was for them and how much she feels sorry for him, but never any mention of the victim's family. I swear, it recaps. Am I crazy? But I swear she hosted a live where she told a similar story. Let me go look really quick. Let me go look, because it's gonna bug me if I don't find it. Must have been the other brother. No. The other brother was arrested at the mother's apartment. Right? Well, let's go look. Let's go look. Oh, look. In the first case, the first brother's attorney made a statement and said, "The only comment I have is that I believe the low sentence was appropriate given all the facts and circumstances of the offense." Huh. All right. Shooting death of a 30-year-old. Matthew Gonzalez, 18, was taken into custody on an arrest warrant for the murder of James Anthony Walker on July 31st. On July 13th, officers responded to the scene and found Walker with obvious trauma to his body at an apartment complex. Walker was taken to a hospital where he died from his injuries. It doesn't say where he was arrested. Police believe the issue stemmed from a dispute over Walter's car, which was stolen 3 days earlier. Could she be talking about the first brother? But recounts was of the video. Oh, here I come. March 6, 2023.
A man, a 40.
Oh, this is the one I shared today. But maybe let's watch the whole thing. This is on the first brother.
Old man, 40-something-year-old man, goes to my mom's apartment. Okay, he goes to my mom's apartment and he knocks on the door because he knows that that's where she is, because she tells everybody where, she wasn't only doing this, but she was telling people where they were, like where she was at. So dumb as hell on her part, and she's still out here, y'all. She tells him where she's at. He's looking for her because he gave her money, but she didn't give the you know what, she didn't give it to him. So she took his money, she really robbed him. And so he goes to my mom's apartment looking for her because he knows that she lives there, because she's picked him up there. He's picked her up there before. So he goes, my brother was asleep. He starts going off on her, telling her, that she has to go with him because he paid her and she did not service him. Okay? And she was 15, he was 45. Around, he was like in his 45. And so he basically tries to take her by force. He grabs her, he starts taking her. My brother wakes up, he doesn't really know what's going on. This guy had a pew, okay? And he starts pew-pewing at my brother, trying to, because she ends up hitting him, she escapes from him, goes back to my brother, okay? And my brother, had a pew as well. So it became a pew battle. And my brother, got a good pew. And yeah. And that man RIP'd, unfortunately. Yeah. Basically, in my brother's head, he was trying to stop this man from kidnapping his girlfriend, because he didn't know what was going on. Apparently, he didn't know that she was doing that with this man. He didn't know anything. And they tried to say that it was over a stolen car, because that girl, this 15-year-old, took this man's car. So she not only robbed him, but she took his car and she went back to my mom's apartment. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, they ended up getting him. It was really crazy, y'all, because it's his own fault because he lied. Okay, he should have said the truth from the beginning as to what happened. He was just scared. He was 17 years old, but I'm pretty sure he would have came.
He was not 17. He was 18. Okay, so I don't like that she's again trying to. Do you see what she's doing by saying he was only 17? He was 18. He was an adult. He knew what the fuck he was doing.
Clean in the beginning, you know, as in like, you know, well, he pew-pewed at me first, you know what I mean? And then I did it. It possibly could have been self-defense, but he did. He was scared. He didn't say anything. And he waited out. I think he waited like a week before like the squad actually came and got him. And it was really traumatizing for my other brother and my dad, because my dad was picking them up. They were 17 still. He was picking them up from school to like take them to buy some stuff and eat. And whenever he dropped them back off in my mom's apartment, SWAT was there, y'all. And they literally got my dad and threw him on the floor. They got my other brother, threw him on the floor. They got everybody. And because, you know, how they are twins, they didn't know who it was, but they ended up getting my brother.
Okay, so thank you. I stand corrected. She was talking about the first case. She was sorry. Most of us don't have two murderous brothers, so I'm sorry that I intertwined the two stories. This is crazy that she's making it seem like they were minors on their way to school, and he was 18 years old. I mean, let's do the math. When the murder was committed, it says he was 18 at the time of his arrest. June 22nd. So the murder happened on July 13th, 2020. Let's fact check you, Julia, because we know you're a fucking liar. He was a month shy of being 18. 2021 minus. He was born in all right. Murder happened in July of 2020. This piece of shit was born in 2001. No, he was 19. That's his 19. If he's born in 2001, that would make him... Hold on. July 13th, 2020 is the date of the murder. He was born on August 2001. So he was 18. He was turning 19 that year. I'm not crazy, right? He's born on August 20th, 2001. The murder happened on July 13th, 2020, a month before his birthday. So if I take 2020 minus 2001, that makes him 19 years old in August of that year, which means that he committed the murder when he was 18, about a month shy of him turning 19? Yeah. And this article is from 2021. So he pled guilty about a year later. So he wasn't 17. I'm not crazy, right? I'm not crazy. No, she's fucking lying. She's fucking lying. You fucking liar. You fucking a shot every time this bitch lies. Yeah, so that's her just trying to downplay it to her viewers. He was 18 years old, about to be 19. And the news article says he was 18 at the time of his arrest. So that tells me he was arrested likely in July. All right, let's finish listening to Juliaag. She made it sound like he was a 17-year-old boy still in school, and the dad was about to take him shopping fucking school supplies or some shit when he was an 18-year-old carrying around fucking Glocks.
She ended up going to juvie, I believe, because she was only 15. She's out already. And she's just a mess. And I don't want to say it's all her fault, but the majority of this fucking shit is her fault. Because
blaming the 15-year-old minor for the entire incident, not the adult carrying around a Glock or a firearm, whatever it is that he shot him with. Okay. The minor probably being exploited by both her brother. I'm not going to say the victim because I don't know, but it's sounding like she was being trafficked by somebody.
She's the one who fucking caused it. She caused the problem between two fucking people because she was fucking wildin'. You feel me? I do blame her. And
she's 15 years old. What the fuck do you mean you blame her? She's 15. Juliaag, you were... Oh my God, I don't like this. I don't like this.
But also my brother is, he was 17. He should have fucking known better. You don't resort to shit like that. You know what I mean? So it's his fault for even being with a girl like that. but it's also her fault for, I do believe that the other family really should blame her because of what she did, that man is no longer here. And it's unfortunate. And I'm not a person to be like, you know,
What do you mean? What do you mean the victim's family should be mad at her and that man is no longer here because of her? That man is no longer here because your brother shot him. Nobody forced him to shoot him. Like, bitch has me with the fucking paper bags. This is gross. This is so gross.
Oh, my poor brother. No, at the end of the day, y'all, I cried so fucking hard because he's so young. You know what I mean? But we are blessed that we know where he is. He's in jail. He's incarcerated. But we know he's okay. We know he's in a cell. I can't imagine what the other family is going through. They don't have, you know.
Imagine what the other family is going through watching you get on here and slander their dead family member that can't get on here and defend himself. Imagine what the victim's family feels watching you pretty much tell your audience that he was a pedophile and enforcing a young girl to pay up for sexual services before he was murdered in cold blood. That's fucking crazy, Julia.
This man was a dad. He was a brother. He was a son. But also, this was a 45-year-old man with a 15-year-old.
That man was 38. And your fucking husband was the same shit. 31 with the 15-year-old. Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, now you want to talk about numbers. Now you want to talk about the age difference. Now all of a sudden, your husband was fucking 30 and you were 16 too, bitch, and you didn't have a problem then. No. But now all of a sudden, God forbid, because now it's convenient for you to use it as a way to victim shame and to make your brother out to be some fucking hero. Well, maybe he should have saved your ass too, bitch. Maybe if he's such a fucking hero, ask him why he didn't save you. Ask him why he didn't take out Jacobo for doing the same shit. Yeah. Ew, this video is fucking disgusting.
So it's a fucked up situation in general. You know what I mean? It's all a fucking mess. It's all a fucking mess when you really look at it. But my brother still is here and he is incarcerated. And I just feel good knowing where he's at, you know, and he's still here with us and he's still alive and he is young. It's just a fucking, it was a bad situation all around. So he is 19 now. He is up for parole in 2025, but they gave him 10 years. So 17 years old, 10 years, he'll be out when he's.
She said he was up for parole in 2025. Well, I guess that shit got denied. I guess he didn't make fucking parole because it's 2026 and he's still in there. Thank baby Jesus.
27. But he's been really good, y'all. He's been se está portando bien, like he's been on his best behavior and he's getting his GED or diploma. But he is eligible for parole in 2025. So hopefully he keeps being good. He is still on his best behavior and he can get out in 2025. Hopefully.
Please tell me you guys heard the part where I was comparing her fucking husband to the victim. Please tell me I wasn't muted when I was going in on Jacobo and how her brother should have saved her too. Trying to make her brother seem like such a fucking hero. And now all of a sudden age is relevant. And first of all, when she said the victim was 45, he was not 45. He was 38. Okay. Trying to make the victim seem older and the perpetrator seem younger. Okay. And then blaming it on the victim. And then trying to highlight that there is this age gap. When that was the same fucking age gap with her husband. That was how old your husband was. Ask your fucking brother if he's such a fucking hero. Why he gonna step in for you, bitch? Why didn't he take out your pedophile husband then? If you're justifying it and making it seem like he's such a hero because this 30-year-old man and this girl was only 15. Bitch, that was you. What the fuck? In the same trap house. There were a lot of minor girls in there. Being trafficked to younger men or to older men, and you were fucking one of them, bitch. But you defend your husband. You defend your husband and you glamorize that to be this fucking love story. But then the victim that was murdered by your brother, you emphasize on the age difference because it's convenient as a way to make your brother seem like a fucking hero. Bitch, shut the fuck up. He should have saved you too and took out your husband. Maybe you wouldn't fucking be here. Maybe you would have found a healthy relationship to break the fucking cycles. But instead, you got sold out too, bitch. He should have saved you too. Okay, maybe he should have focused on saving his sister. Not some 15-year-old minor girl. Maybe she ew.
But he is still young, you know what I mean? So we just have really high hopes that this changes him, that when he comes out, if he comes out soon, that he's a whole new person. So in the beginning, he was calling me a lot, but I just couldn't see him in there, y'all. I let him know. I'll talk to him whenever he calls my brother, he calls my sister. They'll pass the phone to me, but he is the baby of the family, and I just can't see him in there. And I told him when the last time I spoke to him, I said, I don't want to see you in there. I don't want to video chat you. I just want to see you in there. I can talk to you over the phone, but I can't stomach seeing him in there. So it's just really sad. It's very unfortunate. But like I said, he has to take full responsibility also for what he did. And I hope that when he comes out, he does better. So with that, you know, it's really hard for him that he can't. We put in the application. This is where I'm talking about as well. So going back to the funeral home, we tried to put in the application so he could come out and so that he could.
This is where she talks about how she got her brother that furlough so he could go to the mom's funeral. What a golden little nugget you had in here for us. Recaps. I was trying to find this.
Attend my mother's funeral, but the freaking lady at the funeral home, y'all, pissed me the fuck off because the funeral home is the people who put the application in for the furlough. So we gave her all the paper, we printed it out, we filled out what we could, and she was gonna do the rest. But she pissed me off because she was so fucking negative. She was like, oh yeah, I mean, I can do it, but let me just tell you right now, they never get out. And I'm like, bitch, for what we're fucking paying you, can you just please put the fucking application in? I don't need a fucking explanation as to if it's true or not. Just do what the fuck you gotta do. And she really fucking pissed me off because she was like, is it a violent crime? And we were like, yeah, he RIP'd somebody. And she's like, oh yeah, it's not even worth even putting it in. And I was like, ma'am, just put the application in. If it gets denied, it gets denied. But at least we can say and prove to him that we tried and we didn't just leave him in there. You know what I mean? And she really has been irking me. That's what I'm saying, y'all. I hope to never see this fucking bitch ever again. Ever again. What was a 17-year-old doing with a gun? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he's not responsible. He very much is responsible for what he did. He was already getting into, he was the bad crowd, y'all. Like I said, my brothers were already pew-pewing. They were already distributing other stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. And to be honest, y'all, here in Texas, everybody carries. Not me, though, but everybody does carry. But he should not have been. But he was, unfortunately. But I mean, what do you want me to tell you? He's not here. He's in jail, where he very much should be. I'm not saying that he shouldn't be in there. Because at the end of the day, both him and that man were both wrong because they both had a pew-pew in their hand and they both did not care about the other person at the end of the day. You feel me? At the end of the day, that man didn't care about my brother's life. At the end of the day, my brother didn't care about that man's life because who are they to even think about taking each other's life? You know what I mean? So no. I'm not getting it from my brother at all. I'm not trying to, you know, how do you say? I'm not trying to, what's the word? There's a word. I'm not trying to make excuses for him. Justify. I'm not trying to justify anything that he did or condone.
Okay, but the whole live was spent her fucking justifying and excusing what he did. Okay. So I did find her brother on the TDCJ inmate search. He's scheduled to be released on July 30th of 2030. He was eligible for parole as of the 2025, which obviously he didn't make it. Which, does that surprise us? Because we've seen some of the pictures of him in there and he's throwing up fucking gang signs and shit still. So, plus, somebody did say over here, if he's such a hero, why does he need to change? Right? If he was such a fucking hero and it was that little girl's fault that he killed that man, why would he need to change? Keep on being a fucking hero. If what you're saying is that he intervened in a kidnapping, intervened in a poor young girl being sex trafficked, why would he need to change? I want to see if the brother is in the same facility. Okay, so he's listed in Ferguson. Now I want to search for, let me let her finish playing.
The whole situation was just fucked up. And I truly do believe he was at the wrong place at the wrong time, but who knows? Because he already was doing bad shit, to be honest. He was already going in malos pasos. So if it wasn't then, it probably was going to happen either way. I'm being honest, y'all. I don't condone any of it. But I am saying.
Bitch, her brothers are literally locked up together. Both of them are in Ferguson. Okay. This tells me he's in Ferguson unit. They're in the same unit. The brothers are literally chilling together. They're doing all right. They got family in there.
I do hold him responsible for what he did. But I also believe that the common denominator in this whole situation was the girl. And we're going to get into the girl as well. So this girl, my mom gave her a phone, right? So that she could be able to contact my brother in jail and whatnot. And my mom had her Facebook on there. And you want to know what happened right now? Because I cannot stand this little girl. She's only 17 years old. But when she's an adult, we'll talk again. This girl, she already did her time in juvie or whatever. They let her go. This girl, she's 17. She has my mom's phone because she was calling my brother in jail. She tried to get into my mom's Facebook through the PayPal, and she tried to send herself money these past couple of days, knowing that my mom is no longer here. Yeah. This little girl is a fucking psycho. Yeah. She's crazy, y'all.
You do realize that this teenager is also a victim to this crime that she likely witnessed. And at the time that she was 15 years old, and she's sitting here berating this minor. This girl's a minor.
Yeah. The only reason, and that's the only thing, the only reason my mom gave her this phone is because my brother was just in denial and he still wanted to keep talking to her. And my mom told him, let this girl go. She put you in this mess, please. Like, do not fuck with her anymore. No, my brother's taking care of it. I can't say what's going on, but my older brother's taking care of it. Yeah. If it's not one thing, it's another. We've been fucking going through it. I don't know where her parents are. I don't even know if she has parents. It's wild. No, but I don't think my brother's actually talking to her. I think she just kept the... Oh, because my older brother said that I think it's been a year since she's actually talked to my brother. But who knows if that's even true. I don't believe it. But she never gave the phone back to my mom. My mom asked her for the phone back and she never gave it back. So, she kept the phone. But she's just a fucking...
Well, at least the twins are together. Yeah, they're in the same unit. They're both in Ferguson. I don't know if it says unit of assignment is Ferguson, and both of them were listed at the same one. So, yeah, this motherfucker is not getting out till he's old and wrinkly. 2063. He'll be eligible for parole in 2043. This is the one that took out the single mom. Parole review information. Oh, look, let's go check Matthew. So this tells us the parole history, and as we saw, Matthew was eligible in 2025, so I want to see if he was denied, which it's sounding like he was. All right, parole eligibility, parole review information. Yep, denied. Denial reasons 2D11D. The record indicates the instant offense has elements of brutality, violence, assaultive behavior, or conscious selection of victims' vulnerability, indicating a conscious disregard for the lives, safety, or property of others, such that the offender poses a continuing threat to public safety. And 11D is other. I wonder what 11D means. His next parole date is set for September of 2027. I guarantee you other includes behavioral issues. Promise you, because there's been... Look, let me show you why that motherfucker was denied parole. Let me give you a quick visual. GoFundMe murder number 2. Oh, come on. This right here might be a good indication to what the other denial reasons might be. Because it looks like it's doing the same shit in there, throwing up gang signs and shit. Okay, he doesn't look like she said he was working on getting some type of degree or diploma. It doesn't look like it's getting paroled. Pudrete in there. Thank you. Please and thank you. Let's listen to what she has to say.
Okay, I know them words. No, he's taking care of it as in, with the law type of shit. You know what I mean? She already has a record. She's already been wild in, so this is just going to add on. It's just going to add on, because it is fraud. How does she know about your mom passing? I mean, I'm pretty sure, everybody's posted it, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure she knows that my mom passed. I don't think she cares. And the thing is, she's never done it before. She's only doing it because she knows my mom passed, and she knows that she thought nobody was going to notice. She thought nobody was going to, she tried to cash app and PayPal herself $500. But she wasn't. My brother stopped it before it could happen. Yeah. No, she didn't succeed. My brother stopped it. And the reason that my brother noticed, I didn't know any of those. The reason my brother noticed is because my mom's Facebook said it was online, and obviously, how the hell is she gonna be online? She's RIP'd. So he was like, he messaged us in the group chat. He was like, who's on my mom's account? And I was like, I don't know her information. And my sister was like, us either. Everybody's like, we don't have it. So he went digging, and he went to go see, and he got into her old phone, and he saw that, yeah, she was trying to send herself money. Yeah. 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 Crazy.
I'm sorry, but the fucking those ickies is taking me out. Somebody please make us a sticker for Discord of her chugging back the fucking those ickies. Please.
Yeah. No, she's here in Austin, bestie. It's crazy. I'm on the toilet, guys. I'm gonna shower. Oh yeah, Nikki's had a long day, y'all. Yeah, so she's the girlfriend who literally got my brother. I mean, not got him, but you know, she's a fucking problem. Yeah, she's so young and she wilding. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. But you know what? People like this too. Also, I don't know her circumstances. I don't know what she's been through. I don't know what fucking walks of life she's been through. But you gotta stop, babe, because if not, I mean, karma's a bitch. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy.
The amount of emphasis on the minor being at fault for a murder is disturbing to me. Highly disturbing to me. And yeah. So when people in Alma's comment section right now are like, what does Julie have to do with this? A lot. She justifies what happened and blames one of the other victims because the minor is also a victim to this murder.
Oh, yeah, it's a pickle. No, it's crazy, y'all. Like, we can't catch a fucking break. We cannot catch a motherfucking break, y'all. It's crazy. Yeah, my brother doesn't know that my mom passed. So the furlough got denied, which I don't want to fucking point fingers and accuse people of shit they have not done, but I really believe this bitch didn't even do it right. I think it's so simple for this fucking dumb bitch at the funeral home to just type up denied and give it to us, because we got back in a day. They said this stuff takes time. I don't think she really put it in, because whatever. What the fuck ever. Like I said.
They denied your brother's furlough because he's in there for murder, okay? For murder, for a very violent crime. So it's no surprise he got denied. I mean, furloughs are typically, they're a case-by-case basis, but violent offenders are not often released back into society on a furlough. Unless they've been in there for a long time, maybe your brother had only been in there for 2-3 years on a charge of murder. He's not getting a fucking furlough. It wasn't the funeral director's fault, and you got diabolical being mad at her like it's her fault your brother's fucking in there. Your brother had only been in there for 2-3 years. This motherfucker hadn't established any type of history. And mind you, the time he had been in there, he was in there fucking throwing up gang signs, okay? That's why it was a fucking immediate denial when they got that furlough request, because they knew what the fuck he was doing. Okay, and no, they didn't want to put that piece of shit back on the streets, not even for a day or two, because he poses a risk to public safety. That's why your shit got denied.
After this is all over, I better not see this motherfucking bitch in the streets. I'm not. I cannot. I've been really good, y'all. I've been really good at controlling my emotions and my hormones, because I've been all over the fucking place. But bitch, it's wild. So whatever. But my brother's he's gonna watch the what's it called? The funeral live. So they're gonna put him in, like, this is called chaplain, which they already did. And yeah, it's crazy. So yeah. And honestly, actually, I can't tell you what I did. Sorry, I'll tell you later. It's too fresh. It's too fresh. No, I think she low-key is racist, low-key. Oh, and okay, and then so on the obituary. Let me tell you something.
Aw, recap. She cut us off before she told us the secret about the obituary. Yeah. So, I mean, do you guys see, is this hitting any different now after you've watched some of these videos? Why her brother's crimes she's being brought into them publicly? She's made several statements publicly. She's justified one of the murders. She's blamed one of the victims for the murder. She's attacking a minor on a live stream that was also a victim to one of the murders. Okay, she's engaging in very similar behavior. Perhaps if you compare what she's doing online to some of this, and the fact that she comes from a lineage of violent of a violent family that's trigger ready, in her words. Do you guys now understand the relevance to bring her brother's murders to light? And although she didn't commit the murders, she never denounced them. She justifies them. She still helps her brothers in there. She supports them. To a degree, I get that, because that's her family regardless. But the way she has attacked the victims on one case, completely disregarded the victims on the second case. Not even a simple, like, may they rest in peace. In this entire video that you heard her, or the last one talking about the case, did you ever hear her say, may he rest in peace? No, she painted him out to be a pedophile. She painted him out to be preying on this 15-year-old girl. She highlighted the age gap that, mind you, was the same as the one she has with her husband, right? She said things that were not true about her brother, like he was still a high schooler. He wasn't. Do you see why? But then now, let me show you again what her current stance is on after her soft life rebrand. Because those live streams that you just saw were from when she was barely getting on. And she probably didn't realize the ramifications of talking about this and making those fucking statements. Okay, but we watched this earlier, but here we go again. This is her current stance on it.
The last time I saw him was at my mom's funeral. After that, didn't see him again because he also threatened me before my mom's funeral. He threatened me. So it's like, we don't fuck with each other. No, it's just, I don't want to see them. I know they're there, but I don't want to see them there. If that makes sense. If that was true, they would have called CPS when you're ready of not having a kid there. Exactly. So, anyways, that's what gets them. Like, don't fucking put that on me. Like, if I was writing my brothers, if I was sending them money, I'd be honest now, I would fucking let y'all know, but I don't. So, like, and it might be shitty of me. I feel like if they ever do come out, maybe I could help them out that way. But, like, I just don't want any attachment to it because I'm on social media. And also, like, I have other family members who help them out. And, like, don't be the mucho tampoco. I don't even know how that shit works. So, it's sad. But that's where they are. They have to, that's literally consequences to what they fucking did. They gotta do what they gotta do. But it's not up to me to fucking, be Captain Save a Hoe. It's not up to me to fucking decide whether, I'm gonna send the money or not. No, I'm not. Then of course they would have been no happen. So, anyways,
so she doesn't want to be associated with them because she's on social media. And I swear there was another video she made talking about how hard this is on her dad and how it's so sad. She hints retaliation towards the minor and worked at the funeral place. Yes, she does. You caught that where she was like, I better not catch her on the streets. Yeah, she does. And again, regardless of the circumstances of the case, that's still very much a minor. And this is what I mean when I say her behavior is correlates to the same of her brothers. There's an indifference to the safety of women and minors and children. This is it. Hold on. There's another one where she's crying about her brothers in prison. Hang on. Let me airdrop this. She's such a disgusting human. How do people pay to watch her? Honestly, I don't know. It's beyond me. It is beyond me. All right. So this is from, I believe, Christmas of last year.
Like that. And like growing up, it really was them and my mom against me for whatever reason. So I was really close with my younger brother. The one I call Big Bitch. It's always been me and him. And then the twins, obviously, because they're twins, they always click. So my older brother kind of was the odd one out. But just because he didn't grow up with us. But I'm pretty sure he would have clicked more with my older sisters. Or maybe even me. I don't know. Don't answer if you don't feel comfortable, Bessie. But do you think ever in the future you rekindle with your younger brothers? I don't ever see that happening. One brother, I don't think, I think one is...
Mind you, this is before the video where she says she would help them if they got out. And that she doesn't send the money because the other family members send her money or send the money.
In for almost life. I don't think I've ever talked about it, but he's in there for almost life. Sorry. I'm going to cry, but not because of me, but one of my brothers did, he got close to life. So he's going to be gone for a really long time. And it's not because of me that I'm crying. It's because of my dad. And, he's older and I don't think that he'll be able to see him. Like, I don't think that if my brother ever does get out, he'll be able to see my dad, or my dad will be able to see him. My other brother, I think that he probably will see my dad, Dios quiera, but I think that the damage is way too far. And you know, I just feel like we were never really close like that. So I don't know. It's not that I wouldn't want to. It's just that I had to protect myself. You know what I mean? No, my dad does not visit. I don't think he wants to see them in there, to be honest. But he hasn't gone to visit them. The only person who has gone to visit, I believe, are some of my uncles, and I think my brother has gone to see them. But because they're not, I don't know if they're in text. I don't even know where they're at, to be honest. I don't know anything. Like I don't write them letters. I don't send them money, like nothing like that. And again, that's why it pissed me off when Scar was trying to put that on me, which it wouldn't be a bad thing if I sent my brother's money, besties. First of all, and I don't want to be rude at all because I feel like I put my business out there a lot, but you know, if I did send them money, that's my business, and I feel like that's kind of personal. I feel like I don't think I know that I owe y'all a lot when it comes to my life because, you know, you guys are paying for a membership, but I feel like that's one thing where I wouldn't feel the need to tell y'all. But I think I would tell y'all. If I was sending money, I would. And if I was writing letters or I was talking to them, I would tell y'all, but I don't. I just keep to myself. I do ask about them. And I'm like, you know, how are they doing? Or, you know, is everything okay with them? But I don't really, I don't do anything else like that. Scar does. Fucking bitch. I'm sorry, but it pisses me off. Like, it really pisses me off. Everything that she fucking projects onto me because she wants people to hate me. But like at the end,
So she threw her sister under the bus. Scar is Nikki. So she says, I don't do it, but Nikki does. So go send. It's astonishing how many times Julia has attempted to send masses of hate towards Nikki. Masses of it. And this is another, I don't do it, but Nikki does, fucking bitch.
at the end of the day, if ever there was a letter, like it really pisses me off. Everything that she fucking projects onto me because she wants people to hate me. But like at the end of the day, if ever there was a letter of mine that got, I don't know, confiscated or put on the internet that I sent my brothers, I wouldn't give a fuck. And I would fucking stand on what I do because it's my family. And if I want to write them, I will. If I want to send them money, I will, but I haven't. There's no, like, I just don't feel the need to do it right now. But Scar does. Scar writes letters, she calls, she sends money and all that shit, and she puts it on me. And I'm like, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, but don't put that on me when I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? Like, I'll own up to it if I ever do it, but I'm not doing it right now. But I don't, if you ever,
Apologies for the lag.
I probably would send him something. Like, I think I would help him out financially, but hasta ahí, I don't want any drama. I don't want, I don't know. Es que sí da miedo because we weren't on good terms when he went to jail. And, you know, I don't know. I guess we gotta wait and see. Even if you did, that's your brothers and love doesn't go away. Yeah, even if I did, like, I would own up to it, but I don't. But if I ever do decide to, then, you know, I will let you guys know. Because I just feel like there are some stuff that I do try to keep private, but I feel like it's not that many. Pues no tiene nada que ver. How old are they? They are, I think, 21. They're 21 or 22. I think they're 21. But they both went away before. One went away when he was, I believe, 17 or 18, and the other one, I think he was like 19 or 20. So they're young. They are very young. It's understandable how you feel. Plus, they threaten. You're like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they're very young. Like,
I mean, again, it's interesting to me the amount of time she tries to kick back stuff to Nikki. And I've never seen Nikki, when she says she tries to put it back on me, I've never seen Nikki try to put anything back on her, ever. And the reason why people have called out Julia for this is because Julia is a content creator, not Nikki. And I think Julia is constantly frustrated by the fact that Nikki doesn't get the hate that she does. Well, Nikki's not a deplorable, unlikable human like you are. Nikki doesn't do this crazy shit that you do. And Nikki's not the one on here behaving like your brothers, which is why it's become relevant again recently. She's scared of her own brother. That does not go together. Like, first she gets mad because she's angry at the girl and how she's angry at the funeral place, but yet she wouldn't send money. I don't get it. I feel like she's gone back and forth on her energy with these stories. And I don't know. I think when she says, I don't think I owe it to you guys to tell you if I send them money. Perhaps not. But what you do owe them is at least the truth, some transparency. And you always lie to them, Dorothy. You lie so much. This series has clocked you in lies in 4K multiple times to your audience. Not only to your audience, but even in your private group chats, we've clocked a lot of lies. So maybe you don't owe them to tell them what you're doing with your money, but you do owe them some transparency, like, or at least a disclosure that everything you say on your channel is just a made up fucking story, so they know what they're paying for. How are they twins? They were born at the same time, Bestie. Your question's kind of funny. How are they twins? Well, they were born at the same time from their mama. Gosh, only, I mean, I just find that there's a lack of empathy from her. It's kind of astonishing. I find, like, at the end of the day, no, she didn't commit the murders. She is related to them. At the end of the day, family is family. But the statements she has made about the murders are deplorable. The way she's victim shamed, the way she's justified, the way she has done things that are strikingly similar to the lack of values, the indifference to human life, the indifference to women, the indifference to children. And I'm focusing on the statement she made in her private group chat about me, how she wished for me to stop breathing. She, you know, that's just, that statement wouldn't hit as heavy if she didn't come from a family that has a historical pattern of killing women. Well, killing people in general, not just women, because they weren't both women. But you see what I'm saying? That statement rubs me the wrong way. I find it very concerning. That statement, the trigger ready statement, the threats she's issued, the indirect, like when she kind of made it seem like she wanted to retaliate against the minor. All of those things are very similar to what her brothers did. And they're very concerning statements that she's made publicly and privately when this is the family history that she comes from, right? Not one, but two brothers serving murder sentences. And then you get another sibling that's raised in the same household, engaging in this pattern of digital violence, because that's what it is, threatening. And in my case, she wanted me physically harmed. I believe she wants me dead. Okay, I believe she is capable of the same things that her brother is, because in that household, they were raised in a way that raised people that are indifferent to human life, raised violent people, raised people that justify murder and that resort to murder as a way to resolve their differences. So yeah, I think her history is very fucking relevant, especially as she's rebranding into this soft life bougie creator. Bitch, how the fuck did you think you were gonna be a soft life, you know, Pilates queen when you behaving like that? And unfortunately, like, it hits different because you have two family members serving murder sentences. I do agree that because you guys are content creators doesn't mean you owe us, the viewers, anything. I feel like you guys are allowed to have stuff on the net. I feel like content creators are entitled to their privacy. However, I find it completely hypocritical when one of the things that she attacked me for during her hate campaign was for my ex-stepdad having criminal convictions of his own. She shamed me for them. She attacked me for them, and she tried to hold me responsible for them. And she demanded that I explain. And if you guys were around, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So she did the same thing. And now she wants privacy for her family matters. She doesn't want people asking questions about her. She doesn't think she owes the public any accountability or explanations to these very, very crazy crimes. But she wanted me to go into history of my family members, of criminal convictions that had nothing to do with me, and I was shamed for them. So I think it's very, very interesting that all this was in her closet while she was actively attacking me for anything that she could, including bringing my family members into it. Different ages? No, they're not different ages, but they're both 24. So I just looked both of them up on the Texas, on the TDCJ website. They're both listed as 24 years old. Someone said mentiras from Austin. I think he'll be back once he's released. He's threatening the director. Yeah. And that, I think we're wrapping up the family history, at least the immediate family history. Our next episode would be diving into the green card files, because in this episode we've discussed her early life, how she grew up, how she was raised, the dynamics between her siblings, her two brothers in prison. We listened to some of her story times about her mom, what was going on in the household. They grew up in Section 8. We did dives into both cases, and eventually we'll dig further into them if some of the police reports have anything that's relevant to her and her family. But I think this is where we segue into the green card files. And I just know the green card files are the ones she really fucking hates, because one thing about Torta is her most beloved is el Camarillo Garcia. And we're gonna segue into the green card files. I don't know if we should leave that for next episode, because it's already 7:30, and maybe we can spend the last 30 minutes just kind of regrouping. Our next episode, we will dive into the history of her meeting her current husband, the green card application, the fraud. Again, some of these topics we covered in the first launch of this series, but unfortunately, she made us have to do it again. So we will cover it in more depth this time. Now that I think we've covered a lot of good ground, a lot of history, from her digital footprint to now her family history, the two murders. So let's regroup. Now that we've covered some chronological events, submitted some FOIA requests. Damn, that was a 3-hour coverage. Woo! All right, let me check in with everybody on my multi-stream. Drop any questions you guys have, comments. I don't know, just kind of want to regroup now. What happened with the podcast lady? Okay, so podcast lady, you know what? Thank you for bringing this up. We're gonna watch this TikTok that recently came up on the podcast. Okay, that there's just some irony to this fucking. I'm 100% convinced that this podcast is trying to capitalize off of the trendiness of Julia right now for fucking views. Okay, and she invited me today on her podcast to tell my side of the story, and that just confirms it. Anyway, so let me show you guys this trendy TikTok that is, I think, very interesting.
Nuestra cultura. Bueno, hablando así como de eso, ¿tú crees que es nuestra cultura, que nosotros somos así como, bueno, no sé si latinos o mexicanos o lo que sea, que es difícil apoyarnos entre nosotros?
Sí.
¿Crees que es cultura?
Yo siento que sí también.
Yo siento que también es como tradición.
Porque como eso, de lo que yo sé más o menos, ¿no? De otros proyectos o amistades que has tenido, unidas pueden hacer mucho más.
Yo creo que...
Es que Julia se sabe quién sí, quién no.
Yo creo que esa envidia se siente más cuando son personas que de pronto no han tenido algo, pero yo he estado con gente que tiene plata y no hablan de plata y no se andan envidiando con plata. En cambio, si uno anda con gente que apenas está empezando a conseguir dinero, pues cuando te ven a ti que te está yendo bien, le empieza la envidia, les empieza la...
Bueno, hablando así como de eso, ¿tú crees que es nuestra cultura, que nosotros somos así?
Did you guys notice they put her on the couch this episode? Tell me they aren't watching our series. Right? So the irony of this little clip of her most recent podcast as an invite, that our culture... y la envidia y quién sabe qué vergas, right? So people started commenting because this podcast has to be aware of the trendiness of Julia, and she's choosing to place her, and mind you, pinche podcast pedorro with 1,000 followers, okay, and viewers on YouTube and TikTok. So she's trying to gain momentum out of this, and I think it's in very poor taste that surrounding the controversy of Julia right now, she's choosing to spotlight her as an invite, and it would kind of seem like she's a co-host, but today I'm going to show you some of her comments. She kind of seemed to wash her hands of her and clarify that Julia's not a host. She's just she's just a guest. Okay, so You guys know that Carol C made a video on this as well. But this is what the podcast had to say. She said, con todo respeto para nosotros, no estamos enterados de estos temas, por eso mismo se comentó que estábamos ajenos a estos temas. Desconocíamos todo esto y hasta ahora por los comentarios nos enteramos. Nosotros no justificamos ni respaldamos ningún hecho que algún invitado haya realizado en su vida personal, pero son temas que nosotros no queremos involucrarnos por respeto a todas las partes y porque son temas que no somos participantes y no queremos vernos involucrados. Solo pedimos respeto para nuestra conductora y equipo de trabajo del podcast. Basically, the podcast says, we're asking for respect. We didn't have any knowledge of these legal matters. We found out through our comment section. We are not backing up anything that any of our guests have done in their private life. And because, we are not involved and we respect all parties and their topics that we were not participants in. And we don't want to be involved. So we simply just ask for respect for our host and our team at Sin Filtro Podcast. Now that's interesting because if you guys remember a few episodes ago, we did clock a part in one of their recent episodes where they made comments that alluded that Julia had shown her an intimate video of another woman with tattoos. And then they laughed about it and it got clipped out. If you were here, you were here. So I personally left multiple comments, I think 2 of them, on this podcast and said, you guys, you're complacent because in one of your episodes, you mentioned, an intimate video of another woman that is actually the center of the legal case. So the podcast host replied to me today, and she invited me on her podcast to tell my side of the story. As if I would need her platform to tell her fucking platform with 1,000 followers, okay? Pinche podcast pedorro. Absolutely the fuck not. I have no interest in getting on your podcast or sitting on the same fucking crusty couch that bitch is on, because they're playing dumb. They're playing dumb. She's playing dumb because she's seen the backlash. I don't believe she didn't see any of the viral content surrounding Julia. I don't believe Julia didn't mention it herself in some way, shape, or form. She decided to try to capitalize, and now she thinks she's going to invite me on the podcast and get herself more views that way. Immediately the fuck not, because why would I need to go on your podcast when I have 1, 2, 3, 4... multiple 4+ of my own platforms where I can get on here and tell my side of the story. Now, what you should do is interview that bitch about her side of the story, see what she tells you. Why don't you? I have an idea, Miss Podcast Host. Why don't you interview the fat bitch sitting on your couch about what she's done? Since you're talking about how, cultura y la envidia, why don't you do a whole fucking interview on that bitch and what she's done out of envidia, how she suppressed other Mexican creators, other Latinas, right? Why don't you start there first and then fucking circle back about telling my side of the story? Okay, fuck out of here. Because absolutely not. They're just using Julia. And I want to show you how they washed their hands of her, because they made sure to emphasize that she's not a co-host. But if you look at Julia's Instagram, it looks like she's a co-host. She's posting like she's a co-host. She's all over this fucking podcast. She's a guest every other week. Like, do y'all not have anybody else that you got to resort to pulling Julia on there while she's getting dragged all over the internet? And then you're making videos about irrelevant topics. Like, if you're gonna have the bitch on there, get her on there to do a fucking interview about what's going on. That would get you some real views. Start there. Like, if you're really trying to do some marketing, stop being a dumb bitch and hosting these podcasts about random shit. Ask her the real questions we all want to hear, and then maybe we'll fucking tune in. Then maybe you'll get some fucking views without having to bring me on there, because we would all love to hear a real interview on that fucking lawsuit. We would love to hear an interview on her 2 fucking brothers. We would love to hear an interview on her being a fucking child bride. We would love to hear an interview on all the shit she's done as a Latina to suppress other Latin creators across the border. That's where you should start. And that was some free fucking advice for you, bitch. Normally, you would have to book a consultation with me. Okay? Anyway, let me show you really quick the screenshot. I showed this on Discord earlier this morning. A ver. Ahí les va uno. The crusty couch from fucking Rent-A-Center. I don't want to sit on either of those fucking crusty couches, okay? So podcast host replies to my comment and says, so I commented, you know, Bam Bam was commenting to the statement that the podcast host said that we have nothing to do with this. And I said, not really, because on the same podcast, you guys were laughing about an intimate video that belonged to another woman, which is part of the legal case against Julia. And she says, the doors of our podcast and spaces are open to invite any person that would like to come and tell their story and their version without feeling defamed, judged, or criticized. We've always done it with respect and responsibility. And if you would like, you can send us a message and tell your story on an episode with respect. She really hit me with, if you want to send me, bitch, fuck you. You would have to send me a message to come on your podcast. You would have to pay me to appear on your pinche podcast pedorro with 1,000 fucking followers. Okay, I charge to come. I'm not like Julia, you know, needing followers so bad that I'm doing this shit for, because I guarantee you that bitch is doing it for free. She's coming in there every week, sitting on that fucking dusty, crusty couch. Well, on the chair, but you know, you upgraded her to the couch now because we criticized you for giving her the fucking chair that she couldn't fit in while you're over there comfy, lumpy on the big ass couch. So good job on that. But she comes in there and she sits on those crusty couches for you for free. Sorry, baby girl, you're going to learn a lot about the podcast world, but eventually to get into the big leagues, to get real people on there, you're going to have to pay them a little bit, okay? So if you would like me on your podcast, you can send me a message with your budget and I'll let you know if it fits my rates. Okay? Other than that, you can tune in like the rest of these bitches are doing to hear my side of the story. Pinche podcast pedorro. Yeah, that's what we're calling it. Si filtro my ass, okay? Pinche podcast pedorro is what we're calling it. And then there was another one. Hold on. The other one where she washed her hands of Julia, where she made sure to specify that Julia is not a host. She's just a guest. And that was made, I believe, with the intentions to wash her hands of any responsibility of Julia because she sees the hate that she's getting in her comment. And maybe not even the hate, but just the demand for accountability. Like, why are you having this bitch on here like nothing when she's responsible for all this fucking bullying? Here it is. And this is the one where she specifies that Julia is a guest, not a host. Okay, she says, let me move this over here. She says, we don't know of any legal matters that are pending or any viral issues revolving our guests on the podcast. We are strangers to all of these matters, and we found out through these comments. We stand behind our podcast and our team, not the version of each guest. Okay, so she's specifying Julia's a guest. We back our podcast, not Julia, and not her version of events, and we had no idea about pending legal matters. It sounds like you didn't do your fucking homework. And that's not how this shit works. That is not how collabs work, podcast pedorro. I'm going to give you another one-on-one on how this shit works because you're clearly new to the game. If you do a collab with someone and you don't do your homework, okay, and they are tied to something, now you're tied to that something. So especially when you continue to bring her on, as things are coming out to light, people are calling her out, people are demanding accountability, victims of hers are coming forward to speak out publicly, and you're bringing her on your podcast as if nothing's happening. Have you ever seen those huge brands get canceled for this specific type of behavior? Look at Paxson and Wendy, okay? Yeah, I'm sure you've been consuming TikTok for some time. That's not how this works. You don't get to just say, oh, we don't stand behind our guests. We're just using her for clout. No, bitch. You don't get to wash your hands. If you're going to be bringing this bitch on every other week while she's in the middle of this eye of the hurricane, while all these things are happening, while victims are coming forward, while victims are actively trying to seek protection from her, and you're still platforming her on fucking topics like the culture, like the Mexican culture is the reason why she's a fucking bully. Okay, that's why you're in the eye of the hurricane. So if I were you and you want your podcast to go somewhere, this would be the point where you got to do some damage control, because you will now always be known as el pinche podcast pedorro that was backing her while she was being called out. And she's hiding in a fucking closet. The bitch has been hiding in a closet for 3 weeks now. Won't come out to say shit. And then you're bringing her on your podcast to take advantage of the traffic, of the trendiness. So people are tuning into your podcast because it's the only statements that bitch is making right now. And everybody's waiting for her statement because what the fuck? Okay. So you will forever be known as the podcast that was backing her while her victims are coming forward asking for help. You will forever be known and branded to this bitch the same way that La Gorita 70 will always be known because of the one fucking picture that she took with this bitch that is now part of the series. Okay? Ask Candace how well it went for her. Okay? This collab in 2022 is still biting her in the ass. Okay? And especially when a bitch like me saves the receipts, I ain't never gonna let nobody forget. You were the fucking podcast host that was giving her a platform, trying to silence everybody coming forward like nothing was going on. Okay? And to wrap this up with the podcast, like I said, if you want me on your fucking podcast, you can send me a DM with your budget of what you would pay for me to be on your podcast, because that's how I work. I don't do this shit for free like this fucking bitch over here. Okay? That's what happened with the podcast, besties. Any questions? Sin Filtro Pedoro podcast. Sorry, but don't forget, they probably watching you before her invite because they asked her, what would you do if Jacobo comes out? And they knew. When did this podcast start airing her? I'm curious. When did she start going on with this podcast? Because it sure seems like they've been dropping episodes with her weekly ever since the series started. I could be me. Call me crazy. Call me crazy. And you know, shout out to Carol C. Shout out to Carol C for calling out the podcast. I'm going to show her video that she created on this as well.
Bueno, hablando así como de eso, ¿tú crees que es nuestra cultura? Que nosotros somos así como, bueno, no sé si latinos o mexicanos o lo que sea, que es difícil apoyarnos entre nosotros.
Sí.
¿Crees que es cultura? Yo siento que sí también.
La ironía que Julia García diga que el no apoyarse entre mujeres, entre la gente, es a causa de la cultura. ¿Acaso el hecho que tú estabas haciendo acoso cibernético a otra creadora de contenido que ahora tienes que ir a corte es a causa de la cultura, Julia? Pero sí hay gente que ve este podcast y alguien dejó en los comentarios quién en verdad es Julia García y pues el podcast salió a defenderla y dejaron este mensaje. Nosotros estamos ajenos a esos temas en este canal y pedimos respeto a las personas de este canal. Gracias. El hecho de que el canal esté de acuerdo que una mujer como Julia se burle de otra persona, investigue pasado de los familiares, amigos, los esté acosando cibernéticamente, habla mucho de este tipo de gente que tiene invitados como Julia y se ponen a hablar de estos temas como el feminismo, apoyar entre los latinos, mexicanos o como sea. Ella es el peor ejemplo de estar hablando sobre este tema. Pero bueno, déjenme en los comentarios. ¿Ustedes qué opinan como eso y están de acuerdo con Julia? Los leo en los comentarios.
Bueno, hablando así como...
I really like that video. Yeah. Because I'm glad she called the podcast out. Also, I'm so sorry. This is so off topic. I couldn't help but notice my fucking profile. Torta, you could never with your 12 chins. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Okay, Hielo Mantecada couch. What does culture have to do anything with it? Yeah, because one thing's for sure, two things for certain. Torta's never experienced, at least on social media, right? Maybe in her own family, but ain't nobody come after her because they're jealous of her. There's the Latina community put her on the little bit of it that she has, right? So I don't know how she would even relate to this when she is the Latina that suppresses other Latinas. She is the woman that attacks other women. Yeah. Podcast was created February of this year. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Talking about a woman coming from, I just feel like these are such offensive topics for Julia to even be talking about right now in light of what's coming out about her. How the fuck are you going to get on here and talk about feminism? How are you going to get on here and talk about, Latinos not supporting other Latinos when look at what you do? Like, you've literally built your platform for years off of tearing down other women, so much that a woman has to file a protective order against you. You have built a platform built off of tearing down women, and other women pay to see you tear down those women. And you're going to sit on that fucking crusty, dusty couch and talk about feminism and talk about Latinos not supporting other Latinos and talk about envidia. Bitch, you are it. You are the problem. You are what we talk about when we say one Mexican is another Mexican's worst enemy. You're who we're talking about, right? So the podcast is tone deaf to be doing this shit. And it's so offensive to what's going on right now around Julia, to the victims of Julia, to see her put on this fucking podcast like she has, and when she's the problem. Bitch, you are the plague when it comes to that topic. I just know Julia cried to sleep tonight with an Oreo cheesecake. Yep. I just know Jacobo has been busy bringing home cakes every night. Yes, ma'am. That podcast is going to crash and burn. Ya empezaron mal. She will always be known as this. She will always be known as a podcast that was back in Julia. Whether she thinks she's doing it or not, it looks terrible for her to be doing that shit. Like, you're going to learn a lot about brands getting canceled and how this shit works on social media. There's a reason why big brands step away from controversial creators. They don't want to be known for that shit. Ask Julia. She knows all about that. She knows all about that, emailing my collabs around a controversy that she was creating so they would step away from me. Yeah, Julia should know all about that. She could give you a 101 on that. Not even her Ku Klux Pilates gang envies her. Talking about envidia, like anyone would ever be jealous of Julia. Her gay man, her murderous brother, her mom wouldn't love her, her life, that free will body. Sorry, we had to read that one out loud. First time she appeared was a month ago. So right around the time all of this was happening. The calls coming from inside the house, you liar. Absolutely. I'm glad somebody asked. Okay, what else? Because we were supposed to be regrouping, getting ready to wrap up soon. We're probably going to wrap up at like 8:30 tops because I have to get ready for Patreon at 9:15. H-E-B Bakery is overworked completely. How many pounds were gained or lost? This is going to be a make or break it for her. She could literally get a makeover during the series. She might come back like 50 pounds lighter or 50 pounds heavier. That's why, Julia, if you're watching this, please take a before and after. Please. HOA part 2 tomorrow. Yeah, I'll work on doing that for you guys tomorrow. Actually, no, I'm gonna be off tomorrow. Maybe I'll do my best. You are too funny, Olivia. Sorry, I had a conceited moment where I was just like, my profile's actually, cute. No, I haven't had a nose job. I get that a lot. Maybe a little bit of this. If my nose was like this, then you could say, but my nose has always been like super straight. One time when I went to get my lips done, the injector told me I should add a little bit to raise my nose, and I was like, my nose is literally perfect. What are you talking about? Anyway, off topic. Giselle, thank you so much.
AnniGRC3673 sent $10 cheese Maybucks. Off topic regarding Discord. How else can we prove I'm not with Julia? Lol, I don't have any other social media. Lol.
Okay.
Quote hands emoji.
Thank you, Bessie. Let's talk a little bit about Discord, okay? I dropped Discord over the weekend. Discord is just a place where we can chat, okay? During lives and mainly when we're not on lives, okay? So anytime stuff's going on, we can just jump in there and chat with each other. You guys don't have to wait for me to go live to get in there and talk to each other. You can talk to each other all day. If you were around Saturday when we launched, we were all up to like 2 a.m. just laughing our asses off, okay? So let me explain. I made Discord initially and I launched it as a test run just on my member wall. Right? Because I wanted to see if it would get leaked, and it did. My link was shared into several of these group chats that are created by crazy people like Julia, other people that are not really part of the community, right? So because of that, I restructured it and I created a server with a public channel, which is where anybody can join. You can be anonymous. You can just join through the link and that's all. And you could chat, you could do whatever. Okay. I also created a private channel for those of us that want to have more of a safe space. And to get into that private channel, you have to go through a verification through my Discord. If you've joined, it walks you through the process, the instructions. So the problem most of it, and let me tell you why the verification process, why we're doing it, is just I want to know who's in that space. I want to make sure there's no troll accounts or fake accounts, no people that are not really there as part of the community. Okay. So I'm going through a vetting process. So when you submit for verification, I have to manually go through and I'm checking all those accounts. Okay. So it's not a fast process. So please be patient. Number one, it's not something that's going to happen immediately because it's only me going through the verification and I have to go. So what are the requirements? I made a very detailed pinned comment in that chat of everything you need to send in. And if you don't send in exactly everything, I'm not going to approve it. And no, I'm not going to reply to you and tell you what you're missing because I don't have time for that. I don't have time to individually explain to people what I already included in the instructions. So to get verified, you have to have a profile picture on your Discord account of your real self. 2, you have to send a screenshot of your social media accounts. I don't want an Instagram account with no followers and no content. And if you're a private person on social media, then you won't be able to be verified, period, because I need to see content. The purpose of that is I want to see who you are, what you post, what you follow, what you don't follow. Okay. 3, I want a screenshot of your YouTube membership that shows me how long you've been a member and that you own that account, that membership. So there's only 3 requirements. And they need to be sent in all together in one message. Not here's this part, there's this part, and there's this part. Takes too long. Okay? So those are the 3 requirements. If you're not submitting the requirements, I'm just declining. And there's some of you that have been like, well, I don't post on social media. You're not getting verified then. That's what the public space is for. The public space is for those of you that are private persons or that do want to remain anonymous and for whatever reason can't show us who you are. The verified space is not for those of you that are private, that don't have any content for whatever reason. That doesn't mean that you're being excluded because we are all in the public space as well. Makes sense? So yeah, that's kind of the concept of the verification. If you guys have questions, I can answer those really quickly. And then if you don't get verified, it's not personal. It's just to keep our space safe. Things that I'm looking for specifically is I'm looking for like members that just barely joined. If your membership is 0 months old, already a red flag. Because when I drop the Discord link, most of you have been YouTube members. And I say paid members. I don't know if I mentioned that. You have to be a paid member, not just a subscriber, a paid member. So this is the verified chat is like an add-on to your membership. Okay. So when I drop the link, most of us have been on YouTube for a few months already, at least 2 to 3. Okay. So if you're sending me a screenshot that you just enrolled to my YouTube membership, it's already kind of a red flag to me. It doesn't mean you can't get verified, but you might have to wait a month or 2 to develop some type of history. Okay. If you're sending me a screenshot of your Instagram account where you don't post, that also does me no good. The whole point of verifying is I want to see who you are. We want to see who you are. I want to see that you're a real person. I want to see what you post, and that's really it. And that you're a paid member. And that's really it. So if you're 0 months old, you might be able to submit in a month or 2. And there's no harm in trying. Like I said, it's a case-by-case basis. I might recognize somebody that's super active and be like, oh, I remember this person. And look at your social media. So there's no harm in trying. I'm just saying it's a case-by-case. If you don't get approved, it's not like the end of the world. And we still have that public space where we can all get into. Also, Discord is free. Right now, it is very time consuming. I have to go in and manually set, do the verification. I did have a bestie that helped me with the back end setup, and she's amazing. But again, just be a little bit patient with the verification process, because there's only one of me doing it, and I have a million other things going on. So every now and then I am jumping in. The verifications that are done correctly, I'm just quickly verifying them. And then the other ones, I'm just scrolling past, because I don't have bandwidth to teach you how to do it. I've had some of you email me and DM me, how do I get verified? And I get a little overwhelmed and frustrated, because literally the instructions are there. And if you're not able to follow those instructions, I do not have the bandwidth to individually tell you, like, to read. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like it's common sense. Besties, help me out, okay? Yeah, if you're DMing me and emailing me on how to get verified, I'm not gonna respond. Sorry, I don't have the time. Don't have the time. Sorry. My Instagrams are private. That's fine. But what people have done is they're sending me screenshots of their account. So if it's your account, even though it's private, it should show content on there. So I have everything but not a member. Yeah. So you need to be a paid member, or you can join the public space. This is just for the private channel. The public channel is available for everybody. Anybody can get into there. So in fact, I'm gonna now go ahead and drop the link in here for you guys. Previously, I had only shared it to my member wall. Let me see.
At Mars Reyes Hernandez sent $20 cheese Maybucks.
Thank you,
I
Husty.
can't keep up with the Discord chat, lol.
Are you verified? A ver. Invite. Copy. Okay, so bombs away. This is going to be, I realize that this live is public, so I might get some public members that join. But again, if you don't fulfill the requirements for verification, it's okay. You can join a public space. And it's also not mandatory. It's not mandatory. We're still going to be here in the live streams, engaging. Like, the Discord is dead quiet right now because we're all in here. So let me drop the link. Okay, so there is our Discord link. And yes, we are just still getting the hang of Discord. So it is a process for all of us. Let me take off my sheriff hat. It's a process for all of us. So we'll all be patient with each other. In the screenshot version, I just deleted all my Instagram posts and only have highlights. Yeah, just submit a request. Thank you, bestie. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Only ever use Discord during campaigns. So I actually downloaded Discord because both Kick and Twitch have like a partner Discord where they give me support for, my live streams. And then I've always heard Discord used for, live streams like this. So I was like, what? I should open up my own server. Come in. And so far it's worked. It's going well. Hold on. Yeah, and you do have to do the Pledge of Allegiance to get in as well. Just kidding, that's an inside joke. But you guys, the public space, the open courtroom is, get it popping in there too. Get it popping. Don't focus so much on the verification. If it happens, it happens. But you can get it popping in so the open courtroom, which is the public space, is the same thing as a private one. Okay, you can get in there, you can chat, you can ask questions, you can share links. It's for you guys to have a space to connect outside of my lives. Because other than that, we can connect through chat. Sometimes you guys jump into the chat stream, into the live chat on my scheduled lives, and you guys can check in there. But Discord gives us a place where you guys can connect with each other at all times, even without me having to host a live, right? And you can do that in the open space as well. You don't have to get verified to do that. So yeah, just shared it on the red box. I guess I should share it on Kick too. And all right, let me share it on Kick. Okay, ahí les va el Discord. Bombs away. Gotta sing. Yeah. On Saturday, for those of you guys that were awake for the Discord launch, I was laughing so hard. I was laughing so hard, and Henry was asleep, and I was like trying to be quiet. It was so funny. Also, Discord gives you guys notifications immediately when I go live. For my Discord besties that are already in there, give us a review. Let us know your favorite parts. But one of my favorite features has been that it gives you notifications every time, not only that I post, but also that I go live and on which platform. It's giving me Consulado de Mexico vibes. Yes, it's follow the instructions or get out, or that's it. No, honestly, I was like, ugh. On Sunday, I'm going to be honest, I was a little frustrated on Sunday. It was Father's Day, right? And I'm seeing people spaz out on Discord about the verification. I'm like, it's Sunday. It's Father's Day. Like, I'm not going to be having all the time right now. But yeah, just be patient with me, besties. I'll do my best to go through verification, to start bringing besties in. But you guys can get it cracking in the open court. Yes, I love the notifications. Yeah, it's cool. So yeah, Discord is a free app. I don't monetize on there, nothing like that. You don't have to pay for that or anything. There's no subscriptions. It's just a chat space for us to connect. You can also go in there and, you guys can connect on other things. It doesn't have to be any content related. So it's really just a space for the community to grow, connect, to regroup questions, or sometimes like when there's stuff that's happening on social media and I'm not live. Oh my gosh, did you see this? Oh my gosh, what's going on here? That's kind of what it's for, right? I created it on Saturday, all the jelly content. I was like, we need somewhere to talk about this stuff because I'm not going live on weekends. But sometimes we got to stop. We've got to talk about stuff, right? So that was my idea. Where's the best place to follow you? Okay, so I got this question earlier because of where we're at everywhere. Personally, for me, the red box is home base. Okay, we are growing to other platforms, and eventually we'll pick up maybe new viewers and audiences over there. But for me, YouTube is still very much home base. However, the green space is where I get higher earnings. So the red space pays me about 75%. The green space pays me 95%. So if you're ever gonna gift me on the green space, because you can gift me anywhere, but Also, the green space has the really funny alerts. So as an incentive, the green space has the Julia alerts. Okay, the Julia in the jumpsuit. The highest incentive has Julia in the jumpsuit, and I won't give it away, but I worked real hard, really quick to put those together because I was like, oh, this is going to be so much fun. Julia's going to have a ball seeing these little alerts. So yes, I got a super great offer from the green space. 95% payout is crazy good. So I spent this morning, trying to get it to work. You'll also see me live over there sporadically, without being live everywhere else. I've set it up on my phone so I can do on the go in real life streaming, whether I'm doing Get Ready With Me or if I maybe want to do it live at the Starbucks or something like that. You'll see me more on the green space. No more TikTok lives. This is the official date where we are done live streaming on TikTok, because I'm not getting paid over there. Okay, it just doesn't make no fucking sense for me to now that I have three places that are paying me, and trust, like I began monetizing before I even went live. It was crazy. Okay, that it just doesn't make sense. So TikTok will be like for my clips. I'll put clips over there so people will come over here, but you won't really see me live over there anymore. It will be one of these three. And I feel like Kick is going to be the highest paid one, where you'll see me just kind of jump on sporadically. Keep it classy though, because Siska. Welcome to Annie's Consulado. Yes. Gotta get the rest of the girls to help a bitch. Oh yes. Who else do we have that we can mod over there? I'm trying to pick another mod, because Fabi. I also was hoping maybe we need another Discord mod. Maybe that could help me with verification. It would go a little bit faster. plus TikTok is everywhere. Candelaria Manambut. Selena, where is she? Yes, Selena. I don't have any any moms on the green app. I don't know that we need any yet. Also, I meant to post over here that I'm live streaming on the 3. Real quick, say cheese, besties. Oh my. I'm a good sport though. Yeah, you were a great sport, Siska. If you hadn't been, I would have just kicked you out. It's fine. If you had been a poor sport, I would have just been like, whatever. We'll just remove her and pretend it didn't happen. Oh, that was so funny. Wait, how do I get verified Discord? I never had it. Go to Discord and there's instructions over there. All right, what other questions? What other regroup? How do you feel about today's live stream? We covered a lot. Sometimes I can't believe I'm rambling for that long, nonstop. It's a skill, bitch, okay? It's a skill. Okay, Torta? The reason why I got partnerships to Kick and Twitch is because it's a skill to be able to go live for this long and have an engaged audience. 4 hours straight, bitch. But nothing will ever top the 7-hour live stream on the Candace series. Nothing. Candelaria, there will never be another Candelaria series. This is good. So the next live or the next episode, which is scheduled for Wednesday, I will not be live tomorrow. We're gonna dive into the green card files. Ooh, Tortalona, your favorite. I just know she was drive heaving when she found out I had possession of those green card files. A very engaged audience, if you will. 100%, you guys are the reason why I got my partnerships on Kick and Twitch. 100%. The engagement, the tips, all of that. All of that. So thank you. I just got mad the entire live. I went to Discord to get verified and can't see anything about verification from you or your channel. I know that's wrong. There's a channel so when you join Discord, it takes you to my welcome channel. And on the welcome channel, there's a pinned comment that gives instructions on how to get verified. Let me know if there's not, but there should be. Look, I just got an alert. I've had so many of you join that it gave me a raid alert. Okay, Giselle, no. Audrey Cat. Oh, yes, I actually follow you on Insta. See, Audrey Cat's only been a YouTube member for a month. However, she's active on social. I actually follow her, and I think I followed her because she was always replying to my stories or something. I don't know, but I remember I follow her on Insta. So Audrey just got approved. All right. Nozilla, 3 months. Okay, Nozilla, passed the vibe check, verified. I'm gonna do a few verifications while we're in here. De una vez. You will see your names turn purple. Blanca, member for 19 months, but no. Read the instructions. You need a profile picture and you need proof of your social media. Bertha, 7 months. Love that for you. Enter roles, verified bestie. You in. Just turned purples. Yes. Oh, how interesting. How'd you do this? Mrs. Espitia. 20 months. Immediately, yes, bestie. I love me a loyal. And you know, my 20-month besties on YouTube, some of those months were very inactive. So that y'all are some loyal besties. Immediately getting in. Immediately, bitch. All right. All right, I'm going through real quick, doing some verifications. Nessie. Philadelphia. 22 months. Philadelphia bestie, you're just missing a profile picture. Do me a favor, yeah? Add a profile picture. But because you've been in there for 20 months, I'm going to go ahead and verify you. Just ayúdame con eso. I want everyone to have a profile picture so that when they get into the verified chat, like, we can have a face to your username. No, do not DM me. Do not DM me for verification. There's a verified channel to do this on. When you guys get into the welcome page, can you tell me if you see the pinned comment that tells you how to get verified one more time, no. Queen 214, you sent me a screenshot. So look, exhibit 1, you sent me a screenshot of you following my social media. That does nothing for me because I don't know who you are based on that. Oh wait, yeah, no, you sent me a screenshot of my, no wait, okay, wait, I retract, profile picture, renews underline 99. Queen Vara. Okay, wait, I take it back. But I want to see how long you've been a member for. So you sent me a screenshot of this, but I want the screenshot on your membership that tells me how long you've been a member for. So try it again real quick. Gina, Mami Cakes, y te canto el himno nacional si quieres también. 3 months and, okay. All right, bestie, but you're going to have to send a voice note. Okay, don't let her in there without Gina, Mami Cakes. Voice note of el himno nacional. She volunteered it on her own. Betty Marina, member for 8 months. Absolutely, yes, bestie. Welcome. A ver, where do you go, Betty Marina? Sarah, 35, member for 11 months. No, you sent me a list of your following. Oh, no, there it is. Is that it? Yeah, okay, Sarah, 35. Wait, you look like Crazy Heather. Don't let me find out. Sarah 350864, you looking like that Heather girl. All right, hold on. 9 months. Living my best life. All right. Okay, we're getting close. Once I got 2 months. Okay, Monse. See, Monse's only been a member for 2 months, but she has a lot on her. So you don't have to be a member for forever. It's just the ones that are barely, like, with a 0 month badge that I'm like, I don't know about y'all. Okay. Can somebody let me know when you go into the Discord, into my welcome channel, can you confirm that you see the pinned comment that gives you the instructions of how to verify? In the get verified. Into open court. Okay. Welcome to joins. If you're a paid subscriber on any of my platforms, you can access private channels with our Discord to become a verified member. Okay. 15 months. Bye. Edit rules. Welcome channel does not have pin instructions, says we do not have permission to see previous messages. Okay, thank you. Let me go fix that. Welcome channel. Okay. Now it should. Please let me know if now you can see in the welcome channel the instructions to get verified. Okay, Karina, you're in. Okay, I just fixed it on the welcome channel. Let me know if you guys can see it. Yes, can you see the pinned comment? Okay, get verified. Okay, Claudia sending all her social media. See, this is what I call a thorough queen. On mine, it says I don't have permissions. Where do I say how long I've been a paid YouTube member? Tracy, member for 2 months. I'm gonna be honest, I don't love these 2-month badges, but I'm gonna take a chance. Take a chance on you. All right. Jenna, you sent me a screenshot of my own Instagram. What am I gonna do with that? Stop it. Zelda, member for 8 months. Absolutely, bestie. Come in, come in. Come into the closed courtroom. All right. I'm not a member on YouTube, but I subbed and have followed you on TikTok since 2025 before I moved to YouTube. Sorry, bestie. It's one of the requirements. If I make an exception for you, I have to make it for everyone else. So you must be a YouTube member. Other than that, you're welcome into the open space. We're still going to be like hanging out in the open space. Promise you. All right. In the verified chat, mine says I don't have permission either, but I had put a profile pic up and I could. Oh, I love that for you. In the welcome, can you see the pinned comment? All right, let me try it again. Copy text. Okay, I just did it again. And you should now be able to see old red history. Channel permissions. View channel. You can't send messages, but you should be able to see the pinned. And I think probably you're the only one that can send messages in there because you're a mod, but nobody else can send into the welcome channel. So the welcome channel is just like a landing page, and it gives you instructions on how to get verified or how to get to the open court. This is Mendez. Welcome. These lives are my guilty pleasures. I love that, bestie. Ella. I'll say Ella. Member 2 months. Daisy. Member for 8 months. Okay, so I went through a few. All applying 2 months of public space is still interesting. Yes, if for whatever reason you don't have the qualifications right now, jump into the open space. Also, even if you think you don't have the qualifications, just send them. It doesn't hurt. You might. It's really a case by case. Like I've gotten some accounts that have all of them, and I still feel iffy, and I don't bring them in. So it's really just at discretion. But I just want to reiterate that it's not personal. It's just I don't want this to be like an exclusion, which is why we're also still going to be in the open chat. I did post a link, but honestly, I don't want to post it again because I already had so many people jump in there, so I'm a little overwhelmed. So I want to do this slowly. It's why I haven't posted it publicly to all my other pages. I just want to slowly roll it out so that I can, manually go through each verification request. Because if I launch it everywhere, I'm going to be overwhelmed, and I don't want that. So I shared it briefly in the live chat. Don't feel in a rush. It's going to be a progressive thing as we build our community over there. Yes. Also, thank you so much for the jewels. Oh, I love this. Hi, it's me, so I don't have any social media. Oh, bestie. Mrs. Hollywood, if you can get a profile picture up. Profile pictures. I need profile pictures. Alright, that was a lot. That was a flurry of verifications. Alright, ya me dio hambre. Okay, so I'll do my best. I'll keep going through these individually one by one. Okay. Oh, I see why I verified her. Hold on. Alright, we'll put this one on hold. We'll put it on hold for now. And Felicia, Felicia, just tread lightly in there, okay? Okay. Fabi has verification privileges too, so I'll get with her sometime later tonight and show her how. Yeah, that's different than Patreon. Yeah, Ruby, thank you for following me on Kick. So that'll be offered tonight, and I do need to hop off to get ready for Patreon. We have Patreon at 9:15, so that gives me a 45-minute break, and then I gotta come back. Yeah, today was a good live. Good chat, y'all. I'm excited to see where this goes. Do I have anybody on Quick that wants to close us out by triggering the Julia alerts? I just really want to show. Can I kick myself? That sounds silly. Can I kick myself? I really want to show the alerts. I want to stunt on Juliaag. I just know she would love the last one. Okay, let me go look on Kick. Let me see if I could trigger my own alert. Plus, I'll get 95% of it back, so it's fine. The top alert is like for 50,000 kicks. I need to see how much it is in dollars because I haven't really looked. All right. Does it let me see my own live stream? It does. Oh, we're up to 184 followers on Kick and up to 600 on Twitch. Okay. Yes, doing our best to not let any fake accounts in. All right. Get kicks. The 50,000 is not even on here. The 10,000 is the top. So I don't know why it had me do an alert for 50,000 if it's not even on here. All right. So 10,000 kicks is like $150. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'm gonna have to change the alert, the top alert, to the 10,000 kicks because it doesn't even have an option for 50,000 kicks. But shout out to all of you that sent kicks. Let me see if can I think I can. Hold on. Let me turn on. Let me turn it on. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. How do I gift them? Fuck, I just bought kicks, but now how do I gift them? Okay. Thank you, Belly. Oh, I did it! He did it! No. Let me make it bigger. Bigger! It's called Pack It Up, and it's Julia packing up her gel cell. Cheers to reuniting the triplets. Okay. Oh, the TTS. Okay, let me activate the TTS on the kicks. TTS, custom. Hey. It doesn't have TTS in here? Hold on, because I just also bought 1,000 and cheers to reuniting the triplets. I love it. Yes, going through all different platforms. Okay, so custom HTML. Do they not have TTS on Kick? Text animation, text outro font, text color. They don't have TTS on Kick. No, that's gotta be wrong. I'll have to look into it because there's no way. Okay, but I also hey, what did you hit? Bestie, can you teach me? How did you send that? Because I just bought also some kicks that I was gonna drop just to test. Go to Annie's YouTube channel and go to see perks. Oh, Belly, help me. What did you, because when I hit the gift shop, it just gives me the option for like the little kicks, but I want the big kicks. Raina, thank you for following me on Kick. No, I want the big one. Okay, I'm waiting for Belly. Belly. Oh, not those. I'm gonna have to Google this. How to send kicks, but big kicks. I want to send big kicks. Just chatting English. Belly, is she in here? Ooh, what's the stop? I love it. Thank you so much, Gabby. Hey, guys, how are you doing those? Can you tell me so that I can send myself one too? I'm trying to trigger one of them. Oh, I love these. Are gonna be my favorite. Let me make it longer. I need these to be longer. Okay, alert duration longer. Save. The flex longer. Pack it up longer. Rage quit longer. Yap. The flex. Scroll down when you see the small kicks. Okay. Oh, there they are. Oh, there is a 50,000 one. There's the boom. Okay, how much did I buy? I did the pack it up too. All right, this is to me from me. Enter gift message. Juliaag bucks. Ah, you cannot send gifts to your own channel. How am I gonna send them to them? Oh, I'm so sad. Dispute. I want it back then. Oh, that's lame. Now I'm gonna have to find someone to gift them to because shit. first buy the kicks and then you go back and yeah, I hadn't scrolled down, but it doesn't let me get. What do you mean I can't give myself? I was just trying to troubleshoot. Thank you, Josella. That's the one I bought too. Not the packet up. But I love how they're so interactive in the chat, but also on the screen. Hey, Juliaag, do you like them? What do you think? I think they did you justice with the striped suit. You know, just kind of prepping you for the life. I love them. 500 kicks equals $5. 1,000 kicks equals $10. 5,000 kicks equals $50. 10,000 kicks equals $100. And then the 50,000 kicks, I don't know how much that is, but that one's a special one. I did a special image for that one. So they're gonna be surprises whenever they get alerted or whenever they get triggered. Fuck, but what am I gonna do with Bestie? Thank you so much for the reach, the 500 kicks. Juliaag, they just sent you 500 kicks in the ass. A ver, let me make that one longer. Kicks. A ver, rage quit. Let me make that one longer. There. Okay, I just needed to make them a little bit longer so they didn't disappear. Just little something. Thanks for all the hard work. Thank you so much, Bestie. I don't love that it doesn't have TTS. Like, guys, she's in jail clothes. Did you love it? I just thought that's why I like to call them Juliaag bucks. We're calling them Juliaag bucks. Fuck. So what am I gonna do with these $10 that I bought? Who can I give them to? I don't even follow one. You know what? I'm gonna give them to Blue's Clues. Okay, I'm gonna send Blue's Clues, Blueface baby. He's the only person I follow on here. We're gonna say, is he live? Okay, I'm gonna send him. Next time he's live, we're gonna do this together. We're gonna go into Blue's Clues and we're gonna send him my 1,000 kicks that I just bought. And we're gonna TTS him because he's funny. Okay, don't let me forget because I can't give them to myself. Someone sent the 50K we need to see, not Blueface. I'm sorry, my guilty pleasure is Blueface's live streams, and he's the only person that I know on Kick. Like I every time I hear Kick, it's watching his little live replay. So when I got Kick, first only person I followed was like, oh, I want to go follow Blue's Clues. So I'm gonna give to him the $1,000 kicks or whatever, or 1,000 kicks, because I can't give them to myself. But we're gonna do it together, okay? Make sure it's on the gear. Which one? Not us trolling Blueface on Kick. I think you have to send the smaller amounts first, because after I sent you the smaller amounts, then 50K appeared. Really? Mine appeared right away. But again, it doesn't let me give to myself. Okay, well, this was fun. Thank you for triggering my alerts, besties. I am living Dialogue Clans. And then on Twitch, you know, I'm going to play with the images a little more. I think it's fun to make them interactive, like kind of on the theme that we're on. I might have to do some. I like the Juliaag bucks, okay? And no more Cheesemate bucks. They're going to be Juliaag bucks. Juliaag commissary funds, something cute. Yeah, Blueface is my kind of. I'm sorry, like he's such a fucking troll, but he's hilarious. Did you see the one of like recently somebody sent a TTS and they were like, so are you gonna acknowledge that that's your baby or something, talking about Krishan's baby? And he gets real quiet. He pulls a toy gun out of his back pocket and he just shoots the camera. He goes, quit playing with me. It was so funny. He's just so naturally witty and funny. That's why he does so well as a live streamer. I'm Nits on Discord. Hi, ladies. Oh, hi, Candy Penguin. Okay, besties. So let's wrap this up. Send to Wendy to get her over to watch. Horizontal stripes are too flattering, Torta. Be safe out there. No, seriously. But when I try to buy it, it reverts me back to 10K. I don't know. This is weird. Okay. Well, we'll learn together. Thank you so much, Belly, for helping. I appreciate you. Always gifting. What did you guys think of the stream today? Of our multi-stream. What do you think of my banner? Oh, the lighting. You know what? Hold on. There's too much light in here. I completely spaced. I didn't turn on. You guys, you didn't tell me to turn this. Let me forget. Hold on. Let me set the vibe. Yeah. Look, it's nighttime. It's after dark with Annie. Where the fuck is my remote to change the color? Oh, where's my remote? I wanted to make it pink. I gotta hurry, y'all. I'm supposed to be getting ready for Patreon, but alright. Pink. I love it. It's just such a vibe when it's dark. I want to start doing nighttime lives. Like, tell me this isn't such a vibe. It's way different once the lights go off. The lighting. You know, I think my lighting is pretty good. My camera. I'm gonna be buying. Finally got paid. Yesterday was YouTube payday, so I'm gonna be investing into some more equipment, some lighting, some more RGB. And why aren't you? Hello. Yeah, you should be lighting up always. All right, very informative. Bestie, I'll stay on YouTube. Not big. That's okay, Bestie. Definitely. If you have to pick one, stay wherever you're comfortable. I appreciate you supporting and trying to follow all the other ones, but I'll admit that it's a lot of technology. It can be very overwhelming. I've launched a lot of new apps in a short amount of time on you guys, and I appreciate all of you trying to keep up with me, learning with me, but I also completely understand that it can be overwhelming, and I don't expect you to like break your brains trying to follow me everywhere, because I myself have had moments where I'm like, what the fuck, this is a lot of, you know, we're learning new apps together. So stay where you're comfortable. YT is home base. Okay, YT is home base. Yes, it's giving streamer vibes. I love it. You know what? I'm gonna go on Patreon like this. Yes, I am. Did you get the payout from the videos that were taken down? Honestly, I haven't looked. I get them in a lump sum. I'd have to look. Yeah, but thank you for reminding me. I'll go do that today. But I mean, even if I didn't, I didn't spend too much time focusing on it, so much that I forgot about it, because, you know, although those videos got taken down, I just got two partnerships for Kick and Twitch. So I'm gonna make that money back regardless. So one door closed, perhaps a small door, but opened two more, right? I think it's ironic that she got 3 videos taken down. I was feeling kind of bummed. And then the next day I got the Twitch partnership. A few days later I got the Kick partnership. Now the series is on 3 fucking platforms. Good luck getting them taken down. Oh, cheer. Thank you, B-Rod. We haven't had much love on Twitch tonight, so thank you. You got me on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and Discord. Give me a second to get on Tik. Hey, it's good. Eventually, this might even come in handy for some other stuff. Maybe, you never know. You guys are learning. These might be valuable life skills you might need somewhere else, okay? But I appreciate all of you guys following me everywhere, wholeheartedly. And give yourself some grace if you're having a hard time keeping up. Like, just, you know, you're not going to miss anything. As you can see, we're multi-streaming. We're still engaging in the chat. There's nothing. I know some of you guys are like, I'm getting FOMO because I'm not on the Discord. It's okay, besties. It's okay. Okay. Selena. Thank you, Catalina. Another packet up. Thank you so much, besties. I love these. I love these so much. You guys, the lighting is such a vibe. I love it so much. Yeah, it definitely gives. Tell me it doesn't give streamer vibes. And even like this little lighting is super good. The camera is super good. I'm very proud of my quick learning on all of this. Okay, can I just pat myself on the back? Setting up all the back end stuff, the multi-streaming, it's a lot of tech shit. Okay, I spent the last week has just been cramming down tutorials of how to do this, how to do that with the Discord, with Twitch, with Kick, with YouTube, everything. So thank you for your patience. I'm super excited to see our community grow. To my Patreons, I'll catch you guys in 30 minutes. Okay, as a quick recap, what did we cover today? We covered the trending videos of Julia's family history with her 2 brothers that are both serving murder sentences in the state of Texas. We covered, you know, some older live streams of her where she talks about the cases, she blames the victim, the way she justifies one of the murders. We covered recent statements she's made behind her paywall about how she feels about her brother, how she doesn't want to be tied to them just because of social media, how she still supports them, how she wants to help them when they get out. And we've tied the history, or at least I've tried to give you guys an inside look as to why those cases are relevant to us right now, particularly how some of her behavior aligns with the same conduct of her brothers that have just a complete disregard for human life, women, and children. We also covered some of her history growing up through her own story times that she's shared in some of her live streams behind her member wall, to be able to understand, you know, the dynamics that those people grew up in. Because one of the things that everybody was like is, how does a family end up with 2 convicted murderers? Like, what's going on in that household, right? So we went through some of that, some of her upbringing, some of the case information, the parole information for her brothers. And this has now has a segueing into the next episode, which will be episode 4, which will be covering the green card files. The green card files will dig into the history of her relationship with her current husband, how they obtained a green card off of some allegations of fraud by her own family members. And yeah, we're going to dig into her relationship with her husband. So that's a quick recap. I'm sure there's a lot of things that I missed. This live will be available for replay. You guys have almost 4.5 hours worth of content to catch up on. And we are scheduled for episode 4 on Wednesday, 11 a.m. CST. The lives have been pre-scheduled on both Twitch, YouTube, and I'll work on see if I can schedule them for Kick. With that, I'm out. Thank you so much for joining me. If you haven't followed me on all of my socials, they are above me on a banner from Twitch, YouTube, X, Insta, TikTok, Kick, and Patreon. A huge shout out to all my besties that sent in gifts, triggered our fun alerts on Kick. And that's all I got, besties. I'll catch you on the flip side on Wednesday. Also, keep an eye out on my Kick, because that is where you will see me do random pop-up lives that are not scheduled. Okay, bye, besties. I'll catch you Wednesday. Have a good night, and thank you for joining me. And before I close out, tiembla, torta, tiembla, tiembla, pinche pastel de la verga, tiembla. Okay, bye, besties.